what's going on? Oh God, the bottom right looks terrible. What's going on? Oh no! Why is it? Oh wait, I know exactly why it is. Wait. I'm a professional. Hold on. Get rid of that. There we go. Now it only looks slightly fucking weird. What up? Hello. How's it going? This stream I had missed news on started. Hello. Variable names aren't being interpolated. I know. I don't know what's going on. Thank you for the member, Beckliz. I appreciate it. Ooh, welcome back, everyone. I will tell you right at the top. I wasn't sure if it was going to be this way, but it's probably going to be a half ep. I was originally wanting to do the ep yesterday, and I have been having some health stuff, which is great. Not like crazy out of the blue, unexpected or whatever. Like I know exactly what's going on, and it's also like not super worrying. But it is going to affect how much I can stream. But I'm taking care of it. That almost looks better. Oh, poor character budget. It'll probably look better in a second. Your doggos look like they help. I know they do help. They're very cute. They're very, very sweet. What up, everybody? Farrowin, Epster, Daniel, Sputnik. Hello. How you doing? I was surprised to see after the dog post. Yeah, it is still around, and it might. My goal is to hopefully do the entire first half. But may or may not be may or may not be valid. How do I say that? May or may not be accurate. I think. Not sure if it's normal, but according to Discord, your title for Twitch and YouTube are different. Yeah. Twitch always has like a standard title for whatever like general activity I'm doing, and then I specifically title the YouTube ones. Hey, there we go. It all works. Current chunk count is super wrong. Hopefully the dictation is working. I mean, I guess we'll see. Characters spoken in current chunk 0? Oh, no. Oh, no. What's happening? Wait, I think I might know what's happening. One of my softwares had an update, and I would bet you... Yep, that changed. There we go. So nothing has been getting stored in the log. Are chunks groups of consecutive talking? Like it tries to count how many tangents you go on? Yeah, essentially. Basically, a chunk. It starts with a chunk and then goes until I've had 2 consecutive minutes of silence. And once that happens, it cuts that chunk and starts a new one. But that was the issue there, or with this. Is that, yeah, my audio driver's updated, and so it didn't have the right one. But now it does, so we're back. Hello, everybody. Yeah, we're gonna try critical eyes, because I want to, essentially. And I'm trying to hold on with softer hands. Like, right now I'm not at my best. I'm not at my peak. And there's a brain worm that says, do not stream if you are not at your peak, essentially. But I'm trying to hold on with softer hands and know that the differences that I see are probably not as apparent to the average viewer, or even if they are, it's not like as big a deal. So like I said, trying to hold on with slightly softer hands. But may or may not get all the way there. We'll see. What up, Nanoverse? Hey, no worries. It is something I'm gonna have to find my line on, because when I had like a 9 to 5 job, or when I do anything that's not this, I'm not asking people to like give up their free time for something that's not as good, so I'm much more self-critical when I feel like I'm not performing at peak efficiency or peak performance when I'm doing this, as opposed to like most other things, especially with Critical Role, because each episode it happens and then it's gone. But I know that that's probably like an unrealistic expectation overall, so I'm trying to grapple with that a little bit. I guess you'll just have to go on analyzing forever. No. Oh no. Generally, I'd always prefer rather stream than no stream. Only caveat being your health and voice. Yeah, and I know that a lot of the criticalness comes from inside of me, not from you guys. And speaking of, wait, no, how do I do this? Am I not logged in? Oh shit, I'm not logged in. Wait. No. Okay, never mind. I was going to gift some subs. I was going to give my free subs, but I'm not logged in correctly, and I don't want to go through the hassle of getting logged in correctly. So it'll be next time. But with all that said, I have a short takeaway for 56. Foiled again. No. Short takeaway for 56. Which is just that, I don't know, man. Single adversaries are weird. I was thinking about the Umbrasil fight, right? What up, Dodling Tittle? Hello. Hope your voice holds out. Oh, my voice is all good. My voice is all good. It's my stomach and my head. But also, again, the issues that I am experiencing are not new, and they're very solvable. Yeah. Without going into too much detail. But the Umbrasil fight. Yeah, single adversaries. I am naturally hesitant. You know what I'm saying? I'm naturally hesitant, but I can't tell if that is... Like, I was really trying to dig down into, man, maybe is my hesitance rooted in something? Like, is there something that my unconscious mind is picking up on that maybe I'm not consciously picking up on? And I don't know that that's necessarily the case. But my takeaway is definitely that I think Umbrasil was designed decently. I think the combat arena was designed fine. But I think I'm going to have to keep kind of marinating on this, but especially in that one. Single objective fights, I think I'm pretty down on. I think I'm pretty down on. Like, it's not necessarily that it's a single adversary. Like, it's just that each adversary is an objective. And so I think you can have, like, very good single adversary fights where there are still multiple objectives. So whether that's, optional objectives that make the fight easier, more interesting, whether that is that the party's main objective is like being blocked by the adversary, I think there's a lot of ways that you can go about doing that, but a fight where the adversary, or not even necessarily the adversary, but an encounter where there's a singular objective, I think runs the discrete risk of becoming very stale very quickly. And I think that the amount of time that any given encounter can take generally scales with the amount of objectives that it has, which is why single adversary encounters with only defeating that adversary as the only objective can run into a lot of problems for me, is because D&D combats naturally take a while, especially when you have only one adversary, if it's supposed to be, a remotely challenged, or a remotely not challenging, a remotely balanced fight. And as we talked about during the stream, single adversaries obfuscate how close you are to the end, which makes the feeling of their length even more present. So, even further, I feel the odd one out, but for a game based so much on combat, I find them the least fun part of it. I think if I were a player, I'd feel differently, maybe. I think it's a... And I was thinking about this a lot during the reviewing the final Daggerheart version. I think that because there are so many mechanics around combat, it is very easy to really quickly whip together something that uses all of the mechanics, and the game really can carry a lot of that for you. But it's not a board game. You know what I'm saying? Like, a board game is set up in a way that the mechanics themselves and the interactions therein are the inherently interesting part. You don't have to do anything to make Space Base or Scythe interesting. But that's not the case with TTRPGs, right? TTRPGs, no matter how many mechanics they have in a space, in a system, that is not going to make that system interesting. It is still on you as a DM to make the combat fun, to make the combat interesting. And I think that one of the real burdens, or not burdens, but one of the, I think, sort of tension points is with all of the mechanics, especially, initiative-based turns, combat is going to take a while, no matter what you do. Like, no matter if it's interesting or if it's not, it's going to take a relatively, set linear amount of time, depending on how many challenging objectives there are. Like, that is kind of the sole thing that determines the length of a combat. Not whether or not those things are interesting. And so there's this very odd dichotomy where I hear this all the time from not. I think I've heard a similar thing from G Hercub. I've heard similar things in the Discord of, man, D&D has so many rules around combat, and yet combat is so slow. It's not very interesting. It's, all these layers, and I think that there's a very natural direction to go down with, rules make combat uninteresting. But I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think the rules in a negative, or in a more pessimistic way, they make the combat long, but they also give you a lot of framework to work with, which means that you can take nothing and at least present it, or very, very little and at least present it. But if you do put effort into it, if you put effort into making it interesting, that framework you can really use to your advantage. So I don't know, but it's this very odd. Yeah, it's this very odd situation, especially because I think a lot of fantasies revolve around this kind of single adversary, like, we're gonna take down the monster, very Monster Hunter-esque, but just purely fighting the monster, the mechanics do not make that necessarily interesting, which is, I think, a weird kind of split point there. How would you avoid the single adversary feel in a fight like Umbrasyl, though? The goal is to take down the CC. What sort of objective could rival kill that member of the CC for the PC's attention? I think that that's a really good point, because when I was watching it, I kept saying, like, this map design feels like a capture the flag. Like, it feels like there should be, like, an alternate, or not an alternate, but it feels like this map is meant to be a, let's go in, wait. Haha, there we go. The map felt like, let's go in, let's get the treasure, and then let's, like, get out. It felt like a map designed not to highlight Umbrasyl, but for Umbrasyl to be a guard to something else, which I don't think is what you want in that sort of combat. Because you're right, the goal is to kill the Chroma Conclave member. So I think that in order to facilitate that, you need to have something that is an alternate objective for the party to help them kill the Chroma Conclave member. So I think probably the easiest example, like the absolute easiest example that I can give for this is the Ender Dragon fight in Minecraft. It is funny that it's also a dragon. But it's in the Ender Dragon fight, if you don't know, there are these crystals around the battle arena that will heal the dragon as it, if it flies by them. So in order to even really have a chance of defeating the Ender Dragon, you need to take out the crystals. At least I think, unless you're doing like a weird speedrun strat that maybe I'm not aware of. But that's a really good example of, like, the Ender Dragon is fighting you the whole time, but you need to go around and do these other things, and then once you do, you can do the actual fight. And ideally within that, you would add in these alternate objectives that buff Umbrasyl, and then you would take Umbrasyl's actual stat block from, like, where it was maybe when we saw it and weaken it a little bit. So if this is where Umbrasyl was in the actual episode, in episode 55 and 54, you would want the buffs in his lair to bring him to here. But then after the alternate objectives are completed, take it down to here. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point, like I said, the amount of fair challenges is going to determine the length of your combat. So, by adding in these alternate objectives, you are going to increase the length of the combat, which means that you need to make, after they complete the alternate objectives, the actual Umbrasyl needs to be a weaker challenge so that it goes faster and doesn't super elongate the rest of your combat. That would be the direction that I would go in approaching that sort of combat. So either, have some sort of alternative objective that is not just hitting Umbrasyl, that if they don't do, Umbrasyl will be very, very strong. That is the direction I would go in. To me, all the coolest moments of CR and my games aren't combat. Single enemies are the hardest to make interesting, but even the most interesting combats don't reach the same heights. Yeah, I mean, it's... I think that some of the best moments of TTRPGs are when you forget you're playing a game, and when you're interacting with a shitload of mechanics, you probably aren't forgetting that. But I do think that all of the mechanics make it much easier to facilitate reasonable challenges, if that makes sense. So, like, I think it's going to be relatively rare that a combat is a true climax within your story. But I do think that a combat can work as a piece of, like, rising action towards a climax in a way that you might not be able to access without combat. Like, constructing good challenges without the combat mechanics is difficult. Like, it's definitely not... it's not even remotely impossible. And like social challenges, exploration challenges, like these are all very much things that exist in CR, and I'm sure most of our home games. But because of the mechanics in combat, it's really, really easy to get a challenge within the combat. So I think that the core of making a combat work within your overall narrative, TTRPG game, what have you, is using those high density mechanical moments to create challenges that raise the stakes towards your actual end goal, towards like the actual like cool moment that you want, that couldn't be facilitated without a strong challenge on the way. Like, there are just certain character beats and plot moments that you can't have if you don't have the party really struggle up to that. And the ease at which you can introduce a struggle with combat makes it a really easy way to facilitate that sort of rising action. If that makes sense. That's a long and convoluted explanation, but I don't think you're going to find combat being one of, the absolute coolest moment, unless you put a lot of effort into it, which you absolutely can. But it's a really easy way to facilitate the lead up to those cool moments. You're good at talking in terms of quality and quantity. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's the way I try to think. It's a word I've used before, because the moment I heard it and I heard the explanation of it, it really stuck with me, is the concept of harmony, of using everything for what it's best at any given time. You can always do things. You can always kind of use things however you want to use them. But within the concept of harmony, it is using every piece is doing the most it can at any given point. And that's what I try to go for. Yeah. Left side is super fuzzy. Yeah, I hope I fixed it. The tension question being, can we kill X, is necessarily less interesting than can we kill X while? Yeah. Yeah, can we do this objective while something else is happening? You know, it's like contesting Umbrasyl is one thing. Contesting Umbrasyl while another thing is happening is, a more interesting and dynamic scenario. Even if you want to introduce a hazard of sorts, let's say, this is very off the top of the dome, but let's say, you have like or actually, I have a good CR example of this. The Briarwood fight, which I was not, the biggest fan of. But I think that I still think that Matt made the right decisions in the moment. I think he did a good job of like rewarding player action. Rewarding player action. But I think it led to like the actual fight being a little bit lesser because of the exact decisions. But the second stage of that fight, where they've killed Silas, Delilah goes in to try and complete the Vecna ritual. That sequence of she is trying to complete the ritual is definitely a more interesting objective, because their objective is now kind of twofold. It is still probably kill or capture Lady Briarwood and stop Lady Briarwood from completing the Vecna ritual. And that's even maybe a deeper part to this, is that the objectives within a fight don't necessarily need to exist simultaneously. So, like, they were trying to stop her from completing the ritual, and sometimes that was the same solution that was the same objective as killing or capturing her, kind of. But it is distinctly different, and there was a bit of interesting decision-making on, I think at one point they talked about like trying to bind her hands so that she couldn't do somatic components. It's like there is this alternate objective or phased objective, whereas in Umbrasyl, there was not that. Even in my my prediction of like the fucking acid sprinkler system, that sort of introduces this alternative. Oh my god. Objective of stop Umbrasyl from doing the sprinkler system, because that's a really effective move. Not necessarily in conjunction with we need to kill Umbrasyl. And I think that I could have potentially finessed that a little bit more. But I was just brainstorming. But yeah, it's an odd concept. Yeah. Dang, Wi-Fi at this hospital just went out, so now I have to listen to Mega and play WoW on my phone's hotspot. Oh no, the data. You mentioned that the best boss combats are very puzzle-like. Yeah, I mean, I would say that, yeah, best combats in general, I think, are very puzzle-like. Any good examples from your own games? I think a lot of us struggle since 5e monsters aren't built like bosses from video games. Yeah. I would say I'm trying to sort through. There's one that's coming to mind pretty immediately, which was a doppelganger combat that I ran, but I'm trying to think if there are any that are easier to explain, because the conceit of that combat made sense in the moment, but was a little convoluted outside of the moment. Yeah. Yeah, okay. There I can think of one that's a little bit doppelganger bros. I can think of one that was a little bit easier to explain. Let me see. This is also one hilariously. This is a combat that I set up and the broom of flying actually trivialized. which is very poignant. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, we've got all that brought up. I'm not mad. Have you looked at MCDM monsters? Ooh, MCDM monsters. Well, and I will say this isn't even me talking about like a how do I say this? This isn't me setting up like a specific monster to be a puzzle. This is me setting up a combat and an encounter, which the monster is just a portion of. I'm not familiar with MCDM. What's the vibe there? Huge TTRPG tuber. That I know a lot of. MCDM is very much like your favorite TTRPG creator's favorite TTRPG creator. Like if I remember correctly, both Ryan, who's been on the channel, and Mike, Super Geek Mike, if I remember correctly, MCDM is both of their favorite TTRPG YouTuber. Very, very old school, been in the space for a long time. But so I had a combat. There's kind of two combats that I will sort of display. One combat was, and I'm simplifying a little bit just to make it a little bit easier and quicker to explain. But basically, they started over here at A. They had to get to B. And there were all of these platforms that they had to jump between. And from A, there was a very easy to climb kind of ledge that led down to the bottom. So it's pretty easy if you have opposable thumbs to climb up from the bottom back to A. It did take a check, but it was very easy to get from the bottom back to A. But in order to progress through the dungeon, they needed to get to B. And B was sheer cliff face, way too crazy to climb. And the big thing is, I don't remember exactly what monster I used. I keep wanting to say Boulette, but it wasn't, because it was very specifically something that didn't have a burrow speed, because a burrow speed would not work for this combat. But there was a monster down here that they were far too weak to contest. Like, it absolutely would have near massacred the party. Was it a mud elemental? No, I think that's too weak. I don't remember what it was, but it was a raw first party monster. So we have monster 1. Would have just absolutely decimated them. And then man, I can't remember either of the monsters, but I can relate their core features, which were important. Then there was a spawner over here. Literally think like Minecraft creature spawner. That spawned a minionized version of, I think, a method. I don't remember. So yeah, there's this spawner that spawns monster 2s. And it was a monster that could fly and that was able to push player characters. And I can't remember. Yeah, and I can't remember either of the monsters what they actually were. But the important thing is this thing was crazy strong, but had very limited traversal options and only melee. So it had no ranged, no traversal options. So it was basically contained to the lower area. And then there was a spawner over here that spawned very, very weak monsters that had a pushing ability and basically 1 health, if I remember correctly. And all they needed to do, all the party needed to do, was get over to this ledge, and then there was like basically like a doorway that they could go through, and they would have been past the whole thing. So they needed, and all of these different pillars were absolutely within jumping distance, but they had to manage not getting hit off. And the spawner was placed in a way, I think there was another pillar over here. But basically the spawner was placed in a way that it would be, I think it was resistant to piercing. It was basically resistant to the traditional arrow damage type. And like force damage. I think it was only not resistant to bludgeoning, if I remember right. And I think it was vulnerable to bludgeoning. So they had this alternate objective over here where if someone could very quickly get over and take this thing out, that would have made the entire rest of the combat much easier. They might have still fallen between the pillars because they had to make jumps between these. So they might have still fallen, but they could either just try to get everyone over to B and just not worry about the spawner and just deal with the minions as they spawned, or they could have someone try and get over to the spawner, take it out, and then they would much more safely be able to navigate the entire course, potentially even put up things like ropes and stuff like that to make actually navigating between the pillars much, much easier. And then, as you might have guessed, yeah, so this minion, or these minion creatures had the pushing ability, so they would try to fly at people standing on the pillars, push them off. The people would take a little bit of falling damage. I think this was like 20 feet up, maybe 30. So a little bit of falling damage, not that significant. The real significant part is they then needed to escape this lower area without getting killed by monster number 1. So this is probably a decent example of like a very puzzle-esque combat where theoretically they could have also, if they wanted to, Monster 1 was basically just totally ineffective if they were up on the pillars. So if they had wanted to, they could have tried to tactically take out Monster 1 from above, but the entire time that they were doing that, the Monster 2s would have been spawning and trying to push them in. So basically, the longer they delayed and they just like hung out, and the more resources they pitched towards monster number 1, the less resources they were spending trying to deal with this, and the more of those pushing monsters would have continued to spawn and build up within the combat as a whole. So it was this balancing act of trying to manage the population of monster 2s. Think about if they just want to avoid monster 1s or not. Think about if they want to go for getting rid of the monster 2 spawner, or if they just want to make a mad dash over to B. I mentioned that the Broom of Flying trivialized this because someone hopped on the Broom of Flying, flew over to the spawner, and killed it, I think, turn 2. And I was like, fuck. That was, I so carefully planned out the routes. I considered their jump distances to where this would have been something super easy for the barbarian to do, which would have made them feel very cool and very useful because not the barbarian, the fighter. The fighter hadn't been like overly useful the past couple combats, so I really wanted to like highlight them in this one. So I was like, yeah, their bigger jump distance is going to allow them to take, this path. They won't have to spend as long getting there. But the Broom of Flying just fucked me on it. This ended up being a very easy encounter. But that was the kind of general setup and point of it. Another one that I really liked that I did was an encounter where an ice sheet was slowly melting. So it had this big ice sheet, and they were looting a ship that was stuck out in the ice. So there's a big ol' ice sheet, and the like more solid ground was over here. So this is like ground. This was ice, and there was a shitload of loot in here. Shitload of loot, lots of plot relevant information, which were also separated by distance on the ship. There was like the hold and then the captain's quarters. So they kind of had to make a choice between like loot and story a little bit. But then as the encounter progressed, the ice sheet slowly melted, and embedded within the ice sheet were a series of ice methods. So it was a little bit of a press your luck type encounter, where they were trying to get as much out of this ship as they possibly could, while considering the fact that the further the ice sheet melted, the more difficult it was going to be to get back to the ground, and the more enemies they were going to have to fight along the way. So a little bit of like a press your luck type encounter. But I would consider both of those kind of at least puzzle adjacent. Yeah. And then the doppelganger combat, dude, it was super fun, but it's very hard to explain. Essentially, I introduced a mirror. It was a dungeon that was the home of a basilisk. And there, in the dungeon, in the lair of the basilisks, a series of doppelgangers had set up, and the basilisk and the doppelgangers had a symbiotic, like, ecosystem type relationship where if you locked eyes with yourself in a mirror, you would be switched into the mirror dimension, and your body would be taken over by a doppelganger hidden within the magical mirror, to do a little bit of a subversion on the classic way that you might fight a basilisk. So they went to the lair knowing that there was a basilisk there. They see these mirrors. They think... And the doppelgangers, if I remember correctly, they had set... There was an amount of foreshadowing that essentially implied that the mirrors in the lair were set up by former adventurers, but that was planted information by the doppelgangers to get people to look into the mirrors. But within the mirror dimension, where like players would get swapped to by the doppelgangers, there were alternate objectives that you could use to do the combat, or to make the combat substantially easier. So that was the doppelganger one. It was It was strange. It was definitely, that was like a really, that was in my first campaign that I ever ran. I think that was probably my first year of DMing, maybe second. And it was definitely too convoluted in retrospect. Way too convoluted. But it was really fun. And my players did have a lot of fun with it, in spite of it definitely being like too much. So yeah, those are some examples of what I would call kind of puzzle based combats. But also none of those were like what I would have called boss combats. But I'm not really the type of person that does like explicit boss combats in that same vein, you know. It's obviously a Tarask. Obviously a Tarask. Sounds like a great fight. It's no doppelganger fight, but not all of them can be. The doppelganger fight was wild. Yeah. Sadly, I can't yoink that since my players have a flying broom and a Pegasus. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, dude, the flying broom being an uncommon is such a fucking... It's such a bait to a DM. It's such a fucking bait. Because you think like, oh, it's just a little uncommon, it's fun. But it really fucks with your ability to run a reasonable combat. But also, to be fair, my players had a ton of fun with that. So maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. That was great. Thank you. I like how much you emphasize the environment as an equal to the monster and maybe even a superior in shaping boss combat. I think we can forget the dungeon in D&D sometimes. Yeah, it's a lot of times I come up with an environmental conceit and then I add monsters that facilitate that interesting environment. And I think that this was really hit home for me in one of my earliest campaigns, because I had a lot of players, and I had a lot of players that wanted to think, they were very strategically minded. And so they were always asking me what sort of benefits they could get for positioning. They always wanted high ground. They always wanted cover. They always wanted flanking. And that was fine. But eventually, I think my players really pushed me into a mindset of they will get fucking bored. They will get super fucking bored if they can't move around. Like the few White Room combats that I ran, I remember distinct dissatisfaction amongst my players, and they were not afraid to tell me so. And so I think that really burned itself into my brain early on, especially because, I was playing with other like 15-year-olds. 15-year-olds are the meanest people on the planet. Even though I was playing with great friends who were super nice, they even in as the nicest version of those people are still fucking ruthless and mean, just because they're 15-year-olds. And so I like the aspect that I've said of like, we just stand around and cast axe all day. That was off of a meme in my very first campaign where, a combat boiled down to everyone. It was like 6 people, because at that point for some reason, my spellcasters had become very into melee cantrips, like shocking touch in that segment. And so it was literally like 6 or 7 people in a circle around the monster, just hitting it over and over again. And my players made fun of me so hard for that combat. They did not let me live it down. And so I think that really embedded itself within my brain. Oh, man. Too many fights are often meet a stack of HP because PCs just want to kill stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And my PCs did want to kill stuff. They really did. But they also wanted a reason that they were there and not playing Civ 5. So they were, because none of the players that I played with had ever played D&D before. Like, one person had played a little bit of 3.5. I had played a tiny bit of 3.5. So my formative experience was also all of us testing out, is this hobby right for us? So they were ruthlessly critical of it because they did not, none of us knew if we were going to stick with it. So yeah. I think another one that I remember that I really loved was an Ankh Egg combat that I ran. That was really, really fun. Where they were going through a slot canyon that was inhabited by like an Ankh Egg colony. So they're traversing through this slot canyon, and the Ankh Eggs have their entire hive all around in this. So there's like all of these holes along the sides of the slot canyon. And they had there were very particular there was also some spot. What did you say? A slot canyon? Yeah, slot canyon. Like a how do I describe it? Like if you've read isn't that right? Or slot chasm, slot canyon. I think I'm describing it correctly. Maybe not. Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Yeah, this. So yeah, it's like a very long, skinny canyon. Like sort of like this. Like if you've ever read like Stormlight Archive, like the chasms in Stormlight Archive. So this is kind of a slot canyon feel. So like not like this, not like the Grand Canyon. Slot Canyon's like very, very skinny. But yeah, I had all these Ankh Eggs, and I also had some it was like an Ankh Egg hive, an Ankh Egg colony, so there are holes everywhere that they can go in and out of. And there are also a there was a non-hostile breed of spiders that would not get involved in the combat, but had their webbing everywhere. Including like, and the Ankh Eggs had made like their breeding areas right around like where like the spider's webbing was the thickest to make it hardest for like non-Ankh Eggs to get to. And when the PCs started to contest them and fight back, a lot of them went back to this, but my characters rightly discovered that the spider webbing was very, very flammable, which, making it an entire colony with like eggs and young was maybe not the greatest choice. That's maybe a more morally gray decision than 15-year-old me made it out to be. But I did present them with a mechanic to essentially burn out the hive with the flammable spider silk. Not great, but it was a combat that they really liked. And nowadays I would hit, I think, on a little bit more of the moral grayness of like burning out this hive and the young and the eggs. But back then it was just an environmental conceit. This encounter is giving me anxiety, lol. I'm getting heavy flashbacks to that giant bug scene from Peter Jackson's King Kong. Yeah, and the the reason that they were down in the slot canyon was because I had, I think, like predatory rocks on the top. So they basically could have either risked going overland, like over the tops of the plateau, or they could go through the slot canyon and avoid the predatory rocks. But yeah, eventually have to deal with this. Yeah, it was fun. It was very, them walking through this and just seeing all of the holes in the wall was very anxiety inducing. Oh man. Just never heard of them. The Canyon the speeder race from Star Wars. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Ross. Yeah. Morality in my D&D? Ew, gross, patooey. Who wants that? But yeah. So those are kind of 3 combats. And I've had my fair share of less intensively designed combats. These are not, I think maybe they're representative of maybe the average, but they are definitely not, exclusively what my combats looked like. One of the most intense combats I ever had, just because of its setup and like significance, was literally just a hallway with like a 90-degree bend that had a pitfall trap here with a gelatinous cube filling the invisible pitfall trap, and a chimera around the corner. This is legitimately one of the most intense combats I've ever run. Them having 2 of their party members fall into the gelatinous cube trap and be trapped inside while the chimera slowly stalks around the bend was intense in a way that I don't know if I've ever captured since. There are, and that is primarily because, and I guess this sort of goes back to the prominent, or and you've never killed a player. Even with that, this is the closest I ever got to killing a player. They had to do they ended up doing a devil deal. This encounter was nearly a TPK. But one of my players essentially sold his soul to not have it be a TPK. Yeah. More accurately, he sold his voice. But yeah, this was nearly a TPK. But and it sort of goes towards the alternate objective of like this combat was actually very balanced in their favor if they didn't fall in. If they didn't fall in, they could have smashed this combat so easily. And I expected one of them to fall in, but 2 of them fell in, and the only one that didn't was like the weakest of them, so he couldn't even really help pull them out. It was fucked, honestly. It was very fucked. And dude, we talk about like ways that I've fudged. This chimera was originally supposed to be like 5 feet around the corner, and I think I changed it to be like 60. Because I was like, I need to give them some extra time. I need to give them like a turn of the chimera fucking walking up, which was cool. It built tension, but that it nearly was not enough. They just barely escaped. Warlock sold his soul. That character was a fighter and became a warlock after that deal. It was a crazy encounter. Is there a place in the Discord where we can share our best favorite encounter we've been a part of? Yeah, I'd say I generally say the hobbies segment, the hobbies chat. Maybe I'll break out a more explicit. I mean, there's also the homebrew general area. Maybe I'll break out like a more TTRPG focused thing. Oh wait, no, this is hobbies outside of TTRPGs. Wait, I don't have a TTRPG channel. That's crazy. I'll make one. I'll make a TTRPG only channel. Because I have a hobbies channel, but I actually explicitly note not to do TTRPGs in there. That's weird. Yeah. Anyways, legit hilarious. Long hallways are scary for good reasons. Yeah. It was. Yeah, that was a weird encounter. But yeah, it had this objective of like it eventually just became get our friends out of the cube and run away. It like the combat like morphed from let's beat the monsters to we just need to get out of the cube and survive. This was in the same dungeon as the it was a mega dungeon. This was in the same mega dungeon as the jumping thing. No TTRPGs in my D&D server. Ugh. Please don't kill your players. It's illegal. Haven't yet. Okay. Man, what that was one heck of a takeaway section. Let's see. Okay. I think just in time for a break. Yeah, I think we will take a break. I think we'll take a very, very quick break. I'm going to try to get back into taking breaks a little bit more regularly. And so that we can get the pre-rolls off for Twitch. And only a third of the talking budget gun. Yay! I turned up the decrement rate, so it won't be as bad. But killing birds is just discouraged. Low. But we'll be right back, and then we will jump into Critical Role. See you in a second. Bye-bye. It's up. Oh man, we chewed through that talking budget. So without further ado, let's get into Critical Role. Let's not get into Critical Role because it's muted. Let's now get into Critical Role. 10:57.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. So, to bring us into tonight's game, let's do a little recap of recent events. This group of intrepid adventurers, Vox Machina, found their way towards the city of Westruun, which had been partially destroyed by the attacks of the Chroma Conclave, a dangerous group of chromatic dragons, very powerful entities that tore through the countryside. In the wake of this destruction, the Herd of Storms, a roving barbaric tribe that Grog once belonged to, swept in and conquered the city of Westruun. They made an accord with the returning Black Dragon Umbrasyl that they would alleviate most of the spoils of their findings toward it, and as such would not be in conflict with such a powerful and dangerous entity. Vox Machina swung into the town, cut down the rather brutal and ruthless leader, Kevdak, and aided his son, who seemed to be of more honorable mind, Zanror, and Grog himself, to temporarily take the herd in its current state, and use this moment to surprise and hopefully take down this ancient black dragon known as Umbrasyl, the Hope Devourer. They set a trap, they sprung it, and kept the dragon close to the ground as long as they could, dealing vast amount of damage, but not enough to stop it as it began to tear through the herd, as well as Vox Machina itself. Vax and Scanlan had, through the use of magic and ingenuity...
This is a small thing that I've never really noticed because I didn't start doing like session recaps until relatively recently in my DMing career. There is there's a very small sort of mental component that you can utilize as a DM of the length of your recap and like what you include and what you don't can very much signal to the players kind of where they are within the arc. You know what I'm saying? It's like all of this description of like going back to like before they killed Kevdak is like very much feels like, you know, bookending an entire arc rather than just like a small component of one. Which is something I've never noticed about Matt's recaps or like recaps in general, but definitely like the length and detail of them can kind of work as a signal to your players of kind of the situation that they're headed into and help prime them for what to expect out of the beginning of the session. Small thing, but kind of interesting.
Teleported themselves inside of the dragon. Didn't seem to go as well as they intended, as the dragon took off, leaving a dangling Grog with his axe and chain stuck in its side, flying off towards the high, darkened mountain of Gat Shadow. The mid-air battle ensued as they tried to find ways to carve their way out of the beast. Vax utilizing the embedded arrow hole and loosening the tension of the muscles with the dragon blade at his disposal. Scanlan's technique a little more sensual.
I fisted it.
You fisted the dragon, and as such, found your way out. During this period of time, Vax embraced the blessing of the Raven Queen, taking a level of Paladin. Grog got more intelligent briefly as a giant eagle, and you managed to reconvene with your party members as the dragon went to recover within its lair at the top of Gat Shadow. You then encountered a very elderly Goliath that you hadn't seen in quite some time, named Shale, who spoke of the scouting crew that had been obliterated by the dragon. You followed Shale as she led you up the mountain to where the dragon's current lair resides. You did battle with Umbrasyl, a very hard-fought battle, many of you taking a bunch of damage. But you prevailed, and Grog dealt the death blow, killing the dragon. You all began to sift through its horde, which the bulk of it will be doing as you rest into the evening here. Shale shambling down the mountain on her own to see the rest of her greater destiny. So, as we come back, you've all decided to take an evening's rest to recover from this heinous battle that you just suffered. You carved out some elements of Umbrasyl's corpse that were not destroyed by the anger and might of Grog. I believe I told you a tooth count, a blood vial count. What did I not give you from the remains of the Black Dragon?
We don't know what we don't know, man.
Scales and claws.
I don't know if I got a tooth.
I think it was
Oh,
3
you got
vials.
3 vials of Umbrasyl blood is all we have.
13 or
That's all I had.
17.
Okay.
That's all I.
Yeah, the teeth
There's
was
a
in
lot
the
of
teeth,
teeth.
I think.
Yeah, it was
I
like
didn't
it was like
hear.
15 or so, I believe, because a lot of them were destroyed from the perpetual
Can you
axe
write it in
bashing into the mouth.
Bag.
I sure is dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Body
It's
part?
the more important part, really.
I'm writing the body parts in the bag of cold meat.
What's a dragon kidney stone worth?
Okay.
Um,
15 teeth.
Does it turn into a pearl?
It might be, you know,
You never know.
it's a diamond at that point.
What
say-
about scales?
well, 10 dragon claws were harvested from this entity.
Now that we're dragons, like,
And it's going to take you quite a while. Like, you're probably not going to be able to rest if you continue to harvest from the corpse to get scales off of it at this point. Because that's going to be it's more dragon hide than just scales. You're taking the hide off of it, and that's like, you're going to need a team of people in an extended period of time to do that well.
I said I was going to help with the sword with that process since I've got
Okay, that does help. It's still going to
Slicey
be,
sword.
like, there's a lot of
Can
hide.
we only had
Can
like
we all
60
help?
pounds of scales previously left over.
What is happening?
Umbrasyl's
Earthquakes?
ghost.
Yeah, ravaging the countryside.
We're
from
still
the
in the lair?
You are still in the lair, yes.
We have 60 pounds of scales left.
Yeah, but these would be Umbrasyl scales. This
Yeah.
we could make
They'll
like
be black.
Umbrasyl black
Now we can have
dragon
like,
armor.
yeah, black and white scales.
You've never used the other scales, but
Yeah, but we could make dragon hide. Dragon hide, you can make badass armor, right?
Black
Is
and
that
white.
correct?
Possible.
I could have done that ages ago.
I want some black and
I
white
feel like
armor.
we need to do
How?
Do keep in mind the bag of holding can hold upwards 500 pounds to the max.
Oh.
Just be aware.
it's not infinite?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was.
Also, many of the shops that can do that kind of thing are destroyed. So
Oh, we're okay. There's not a bunch of big stuff here.
We'll get some. We should get some.
What about the gold? Did we find out how much gold?
We're about to find out.
yeah.
Well, okay, I'm definitely doing that while they're.
Okay.
We'll work on the scale.
As you guys are working on the scales,
I want to work most of. I want to take as much as I can.
of the scales? Okay, that's fine. Hide. Dragon hide, we'll say. Scales themselves, just little pieces. Used more for alchemical elements, can be removed from a hide later. Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role. A bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around, roll dice, and play Dungeons and Dragons.
Shit. No, where were we? Fuck. Can I undo? No. Wait, I gotta go see where we were on the preview. Oh no. Oh no, is there platinum? I think.
Just be aware.
It's not infinite.
Okay, so around 1607. Dang it! I programmed like a nice pause, like a nice, it like pauses the thing, and it also like does some stuff on the back end to like note when I'm pausing and when I'm playing. But I programmed the mouse position under the like assumption, or not under the assumption, but like with not within a playlist, so it didn't have this back replay button. So I need to not have the mouse position be there. One moment. I am so sorry about that. Let's just have it be just right in the middle of the screen. Why not? All right. And we can replace this and it'll be better. But while we're paused, I do think that I have never really run consistent monster harvesting in my games. I have run select monster harvesting. And what I sort of mean by that is I have never had it to where anything that you kill, it is by default going to have something valuable on it. If you can get something off of it, it is going to be like for a specific magic item crafting or a specific potion or something along those lines. And you often have to know what you are looking for. So it either has to be part of a quest or part of like an existing research base. So like you will have to discover a potion recipe that necessitates a specific ingredient to be able to harvest that ingredient off of something, which makes it a lot easier to handle everything else in the situation. Are we still doing CR bingo? No, not in a while. It took a lot of mental energy from me that I didn't think was super additive. So no more bingo. But one of the things that I am not necessarily having trouble with, or not that I would have trouble with, I think one of the things that you run into when you allow anything and everything to be looted or harvested, etc., is that you do kind of have to care about like carry weight and stuff, which is something that I think most DMs, I think very reasonably, just kind of ignore. Of like, what is the carry weight of the PCs, unless it is related to like a very specific obstacle. What is the weight of any and all of the gear that they're carrying? Like, I think that's a something that is most of the time just kind of abstracted away. But if you do allow just generic monster harvesting, I do think you need to start caring about that sort of stuff. Or you need to give them incredibly distinct like gold sinks. Like if they're going to be able to harvest something valuable from most of the things that they kill, they need some pretty substantial gold sinks. If you're not going to care about the carry weight, overall, I think that just allowing like generic harvesting is it's definitely not impossible to manage, like not even close, but I do think that it presents additional challenge for a result that I don't think is incredibly interesting. Yeah. Hammond's harvesting manuals are a thing. Is that a third-party like supplement or like module? There are obviously going to be tons of homebrew around this. People like harvesting and like looting monsters and hunting, that sort of thing. It's some great homebrew rules. Gotcha. Okay. People love that stuff way too much for there to not be that sort of that sort of homebrew rule set. And I think that I would probably, if I was going to, if my players wanted to like run in a setting where that's a thing and like they wanted that to be a component of the campaign, I would probably want to develop a set of rules for it. Because I think that if you just have it be like, you know, just like a nature check or whatever, and they get these generically valuable lootables, it adds a serious complicating factor to their internal economy that I think is really, really hard to manage as a DM if you don't have like mechanics and rules to back you up in it. You could also cook the monster. Again, you know, that is something that they have to find in my campaigns. They have to find like a specific recipe in order to be able to cook any given monster. Because otherwise I find it to be too broad of a force with not enough positive impact, if that makes sense. Like it becomes this not overwhelming, but very actively present thing within the campaign. And so I either want to give it a lot of value if it's going to be that present, or I want to make it very specific and limited so that I can add the value individually. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Infinite?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it
Oh,
was.
wait.
Also, many of the
Okay, cool. That
shops that can do that kind of thing are destroyed. So
Oh, we're okay. There's not a bunch of big stuff in there.
We'll get some. We should get some.
What about the gold? Did we find out how much gold?
We're about to find out.
yeah.
Well, okay, I'm definitely doing that while they're.
Okay.
We'll work on the scale.
As you guys are working on the scales,
I want to work most of. I want to take as much as I can.
I mean, unironically, Dr. Hoovy, yeah. Like, yeah, you do. You need to know how to butcher a cow in a way that is going to actually get valuable, like, cuts of meat off. And you need to know the temperature at which point cow meat is safe to eat. Like, chicken, cow, ham all have different minimum safe cooking temperatures. And if you don't know those, you run the risk of harming yourself, and that is with a biology that is very similar to our own. Like, us and cows are both mammals. So we can generally, like, make sense of their biology, like they have a stomach, for example. And if you're going up against things with totally alien biology, what if when you're cooking up a basilisk, if you cook it to below a certain heat temperature, the paralytic is still active. But if you cook it over a certain temperature, it becomes it like chemically compounds into a poison. So to cook a basilisk, you have to get it in the exact right temperature band. Otherwise, the meal is no more. I'm just saying. The assumption that generic cooking knowledge would allow you to whip up any baddies into a tasty meal, I don't think is necessarily an accurate assumption for all campaigns, at least. Not for a long time, Josh. Yeah, it's been a little bit, at least. But especially if you're still watching through the backlog, we had it for a while, so it was a pretty present thing.
of the scales? Okay, that's fine. Hide. Dragon hide, we'll say. Scales themselves are just little pieces. Used more for alchemical elements. Can be removed from a hide later. So.
Dang it. I forgot to... I have the new play and pause buttons, and I forgot to use them.
Call it hide. So, I want you to go ahead and make an investigation check, Laura.
Oh man.
Also, I believe I was first to the pile. I was
Come
looking
on,
at what weapons
20.
there are, and I also want to watch her very closely with everything she
Does this have to do with dragons? Is it an investigation about dragons? Yeah.
No, this is more to do with the
gold.
gold.
What about because I'm in a mountain and it's my favorite terrain?
Oh my god.
Your favorite terrain, ironically, it's not gold. It is
No,
mountain.
It's mountain.
However, when you level up as a ranger, if you choose to, your next
I can
favorite
take
terrain
gold.
should be
Gold.
gold.
Ounce of
gold
Just, I
is
think it's a
how much
character
you roll.
choice.
I'm just checking. I want to be sure I'm rolling what I'm supposed to.
DuckTales. Woo!
13 is all that I rolled. Though.
Okay.
With a swimming speed of 40 in gold.
It is quite a lot of goals.
I think there is, John. I think it's I've never seen it. I think it's an anime, and it was just referenced in a video I watched recently, but I don't know the name. But yeah, there's an anime about that. Yeah. Delicious in Dungeon. That's not the one I was thinking of, but also potentially that. Yeah.
As you start counting up a section of it, and you being a very, very discerning eye, you're looking upwards around 78,000 pieces.
Oh, but some of this is westerns.
A lot of this is westerns.
It is. It is. It is.
This
You know what? I'm
starving
gonna keep
in
it.
We're
Western.
good.
Like even said.
No, I'm just
I'm keeping it in
saying.
a separate stock because I don't want to take money away from Western.
Just so you're aware, that's 1,570 pounds of gold.
Oh, you can't carry it?
You can't carry all
Well,
If we separated it,
we're gonna
if we
put a
all
marker
took
in
some-
it and let Western know that
Should
this
we
is their
check
gold,
for
and then send them out.
Oh, that's fair. They can come back up and get it.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah,
Because
we're
how
not a
else are we gonna get
delivery
it to them?
So,
I'm just gonna take a little bit of it.
how much you taking?
Did we put
20%?
any in?
15,000.
Did we put
20%.
any in?
What we put in is still down on the ground.
25%.
How much did we put in?
I think
10.
we should take like 10,000.
Higher. Higher.
But it's Western's money.
Most of it is
we could let the
Western's
people
money.
decide.
And we have spent a lot of our hard-earned cash saving this for them.
I'm going to need a little bit of that money to fix my gun too, which is
How much do
very
you need,
broken.
I mean, think about this.
I don't know how broken it is.
Our heroes' feasts are $1,000 each.
About how much is 500 pounds worth of gold? Maybe that's
Well,
the
50
better
gold
question.
pieces is a pound, so that's about 100 pounds. Or 5,000, you said? 500.
500 pounds.
Yeah,
500 would be,
pounds.
500.
would be,
5.
10 pounds.
We need some platinum.
Oh, is there platinum in there? We're so greedy.
It's,
Yes.
it's mostly gold. Platinum is not too heavily traded. It's usually more, a lot of people in general town, in cityscapes of Western and, these areas of the country that carry large volumes of platform. They're more like country, large purchases that are made. Most of this has just been gathered from people's homes, from, personal stashes and mercantile storehouses. So most of it here is gold.
How much did you say was the total again?
78.
78,000.
I feel like we should take 15 to 20.
So 20% would be
15.
$15,000.
15 is fair.
15's fair.
Is it?
We put in a lot of work. If you want to do more, you can tell the children of Western.
No, I don't want to
Personally.
put. I don't want to put more. I want to take less. Honestly.
Yeah,
Why do you hate children, Vex?
They're very dirty. And they smell terrible. And they're very
Right.
needy
Is
and-
it a terrible
15,000
idea
gold
to
is
let the
worth.
people decide? Because
15,000
maybe they would give us more.
The people. How?
Just like
Hold a vote. Do you want this money or do you want us to have it?
I don't know, because maybe
So
some of it, maybe not all of it.
No,
is
it was a good
theirs.
idea.
You could pray on it.
Really
Thanks.
a good idea.
Could you pray on it and ask what Sarah and Ray would do?
I'm not going to pray over this money.
I think if we ask them, they're just going to argue amongst themselves.
Like us?
Like
Yeah,
us.
I agree.
Okay.
Lizzie, we were asking an entire town to come to a decision.
That is
about-
300 pounds worth of gold. If you were to put that within the bag of holding, that's the most you could carry.
That's all right.
Your bag of holding would, I'll say at this point, would be full.
Maxed out. I could do that. Plus, I can make myself really big for a little bit too.
All right, but that's all we're taking.
Okay.
These people are in need. It's very hard to say, but I don't want people being homeless and we're walking around with a bunch of gold that's.
Beyond homeless, they're going to probably have to run. So any money we give them will be money they will use to get out of town. Go somewhere
Thought
else.
about that, but-
Are we sure? Are we sure there's people capable in town to bring back all this money that we trust?
Sure, if they had enough people and enough wagons. But however, if we leave all this gold just sitting here, won't brigands come and rob it and pilfer it?
Probably. What are we
Can
gonna do?
we can hide it in some stone shit. Can't you make some stone shit to hide it? Some sort of,
Oh yeah, like
Like-
a wall or something.
I don't know, like a fake stone wall that they can walk through. I don't know.
It only lasts for a while.
I can stone shape like a little. No stone.
This brings up an interesting sort of thing. I've never clearly the scenario I described with the harvestables and everything. I've never played with carrying capacity. I've never, even in the slightly grittier campaign, I did not play with carrying capacity in that one. And there is an interesting sort of thing here with I've always wondered. Let me back it up. I've always thought, what's up, Topaz? How to do the pirate's treasure conceit. Like, how does it make sense that there is this random treasure just in a hole somewhere because that they didn't just like take to the bank or store somewhere else. Like, why there? Whatever. This, like, actually enforcing the weight of currency, which it is interesting that Matt is doing now, but I think it's more like new system. People probably saying on Twitter, like, oh, they'll never be able to get all that gold out because of X, Y, and Z. And then Matt looks at that and goes, oh, shit, I haven't been running carry capacity. This is an interesting thing of like, oh, well, we can't get it all back. How will we do that? Maybe we'll hide it, the equivalent of buried treasure. Maybe, we'll do something else with it. And it does set up a reasonable conceit for like how you could have a situation where a stash of loot is like, hidden behind a riddle or, you know, hidden behind like a trap or a puzzle. Like, you want people to be able to get to it, but only the right people. And they are in a situation where they cannot transport this gold, but they can potentially hide it. They could potentially set up like a glyph of warding. They could do all sorts of things to trap and ensnare and essentially create a puzzle for anyone that would come to get this while still allowing the people that they give the instructions to come up and get it, potentially disable the traps, what have you. So the carry capacity is a really nice, very fluid way to represent that. Of like, why can't you, you know, carry all this gold away? And it does present a any brigands get meteor swarmed? Yeah, precisely. And you could have the trigger condition be if anyone steps on this without saying the word banana pancakes. You know, and then like you work that into the instructions. So there's a very, very interesting conceit within that if you are enforcing the carrying weight of currency and of the bag of holding, etc., etc. Also gives an amount of risk to how much the party can carry around at any given time. Also potentially provides some reasoning to solidify the gold into more like tangible assets that also might weigh less, like spell scrolls or potions or what have you. Even though those are less liquid, you might say. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I've never really thought through that benefit of it. But it's cool.
Stone shapes.
It's permanent.
Permanent?
It's instant. You just
Okay. Stone shape's permanent, so I could like stone shape a little cubby and put like a little symbol over it so we know.
Okay, but hide it well. I'll hide the hole so that we tell them where it is.
Okay. So as you begin moving and trudging through the gold, as you start moving it into that pile, you also discover 25 pounds worth of precious gems, most of them cut, some of which are also rough.
Do any of them have identifying marks like wedding rings or?
I mean, there are a number of gems, like they're part of necklaces or rings, yes.
I wonder why he's asking.
Gems are just
There are a number of, there are a number of
Why?
gem-encrusted rings that would be very, very beautiful wedding rings if they were utilized, yes.
Any particularly small ones?
There are a number that can fit smaller
I'll
folk
take
fingers.
a
They can be.
sapphire.
Okay. It's about a 400 gold worth sapphire ring.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's nice.
Let's also remember the gratitude is worth something.
So note the 25 pounds worth of gems.
Okay.
You could attempt to ascertain their worth later. I don't think
Okay.
you don't have the materials nor the actual personal knowledge to figure out exactly how much those gems are worth at the moment.
Okay.
Pretty shiny.
You do also find a bunch of art in Find Core, brass and gold statues that were pulled out of homes. Looks like
Alright.
art pieces,
I do-
silverware.
Do some arcana check on some of this stuff.
We have a-
Have we done that
They
already?
had the hunk
Yeah,
of
we
coal
have a
Okay,
hunk.
never mind.
in
Never
that
mind.
thing. I'll go ahead. Here, I hand scanlan the hunk of coal.
Qual hunk just for Qual stuff? Or is it
No,
for
it
everything?
detects-
It
Anything.
finds magical
Detect-
things, right?
I thought it was just for his
It finds
special
things
stuff.
with magical essence.
Scanlan, she's metaphorically
Here,
handing
do
you
you
the
want
ball.
a hunk of coal?
Sure, I'll
Hold on to
qual it.
Qual it.
Okay, make an Arcana check.
20.
It sparks for a second, then goes dark again. Looking at it, it seems like whatever it was designed to find, it has found and expended most of its temporary enchantment.
Lame. Boo.
Okay.
Poop.
So it doesn't do anything.
Should we look?
So then I'll scan through the stuff and looking for magical
Make an investigation
dope
check.
items.
Are there any pretty paintings that grab our attention?
There's some very pretty paintings.
We're
Yeah.
not taking any paintings.
I can roll it up, Grog. It's not your call.
They're very heavy.
I got a 14. Anyone want to help me look for magical shice?
I'll help you. I'll help you look.
No problem.
So the armored gnome Pike leaps onto the pile of gold coins and eagerly sifts through with her giant ogreish hands.
I just rolled a 1. There's nothing magical here at all.
Keyleth, you want to help?
Huh?
Just look for magical shit.
I'm covered in.
Viscera. Legitimately.
I mean,
Grog.
I can.
Grog, look for magic.
I rolled a 16.
That's better than us.
Hold on.
His large size allows him to push through large swaths of the pile of coins. You do pull through what appears to be a very, very fine ceramic jug that has kind of runes.
How much gold? Probably a lot. Let's see. An ancient dragon. Ancient dragon. Yeah, Dawdling Twiddle. I agree. I think you are correct. But I'm what I was gonna say here is like, if you, I think this is definitely a retcon. It feels more like a retcon. And I think that this just was a retcon, because you're right, he realized that at will detect magic is not what you want to give your players. Especially for basically free. But if you do legitimately want to utilize temporary enchantments, I think that most players will default assume that all that all that all enchantments are permanent, because that's like kind of the whole deal with like an enchanted item versus like a potion or something, or a spell scroll, you might say. So if you want it to be a temporary enchantment, even if you don't want to specify to your players what the conditions are, I would mention it at the beginning that it is temporary. But yeah, I think that this one was not originally meant to be detect magic. Yeah. He basically already does TBH. He often allows them Arcana investigation checks like he's doing right now. Yeah, true. I think it's also a bit of a, in this one specifically, I think he's also like, oh wait, I gave that to them for them to do this quest, but instead of doing the quest, they just took the thing, and then they're also going to keep the tool to complete the quest. I think he just didn't quite think through the Master Qual quest in general, and just thought, and my theory is that it was there and it was created as narrative foreshadowing for Thordak's condition, which I don't know anything about yet. That's just my theory. I think that it was all built for narrative foreshadowing, and he didn't actually think of the consequences if they didn't do the quest as he imagined it. So I get it. I get the retconning at this point. But now, let's see. So this is, I did want to go through. The DMG has like a way to figure this out. Figure out Dr. Hoovy's question. At least this is how I would go about figuring out what I wanted to do, and then I would tip it up or down depending on how the numbers felt. But I would go to types of treasure. I would go to random treasure. I would go to treasure horde. Look at Ancient Black Dragon. Ancient Black Dragon is rocking a 21 CR. Somehow I have a feeling that Umbrasyl was nerfed slightly from this, but let's go with 17 plus. So 17 plus is 42k GP, 28k in PP. So that is 280,000 gold. And then also has all of these things. So first you roll the D100, and then you embed all of these magic items, which are going to be worth a certain amount, along with these gems or art items. So it's looking like it's I mean, the PP is going to raise the amount so much that it might not even be worth parsing the rest of it. But it's going to be in the hundreds of thousands of gold in an ancient black dragon horde. Yeah, it's going to be a truly ludicrous amount. And this is assuming, I don't want to say a normal horde, but this is just generically large caches of treasure. I would even, it says the belongings of a single powerful creature that likes to hoard treasure such as a dragon. I would almost say that a dragon is so definitionally related to their horde that I would even jack it up a little bit from there. Now, that said, this was narrated to be smaller than the horde that you would expect for a dragon like this. This was like the non-primary horde, or what have you. So you could use that as the DM to like justify making it a little bit smaller, especially if you did nerf down the ancient black dragon stat block for Umbrasyl. But that's the basic process. I would look at that table for whatever CR Umbrasyl was, and maybe I would roll on it, or maybe I would just like pick some options, or I would use it as a general starting line for what I want the actual horde to look like. Ancient Black Dragon is a medium encounter for them. I'm pretty sure that it's not. I'm pretty sure that it was nerfed down a tad. Or it might have just been like an adult Black Dragon stat block. Now we have horde items that might be there. Yeah. You have some magic items off that table that you could put in there. Yeah, absolutely.
Carved along the sides. And it rightfully should have broken under the weight of most of the metal that had been placed upon it or shifted around.
It's almost all broken anyway.
No. Do any of us recognize the That really seems right up your alley, buddy. I think,
Can I try reading might be beneficial to your interests.
You may. Go ahead and make an arcana.
Yeah.
You can put ale in
See if it's anything to do. Actually, no, this. Yeah, it's your arcana.
Just arcana check.
Come on. Big money, no way.
16?
16. It's not a specific language. They're all basic magical runes that are used in transmutation magic. You're not too familiar with anything in this realm, but
Transmutation.
transmutation is the most you can get out of it.
Oh,
Then I'm
yeah.
So this is transmutation.
Hang on, wait. Grog,
Transmutation.
come here.
Okay.
I cast Create Water, and I fill the jug with water.
Okay.
It explodes.
pour it out your thumb.
If I die because of this.
What's interesting is you take the jug from him. It's empty, but you still hear sloshing, even though it's empty as you hold it before you. You put water into it.
A bucket of
It switches
infinite
around.
urine.
Can I tip it upside down?
Yep. You tip it upside down, the water spills out.
Anything else?
Nope.
Can I shake it?
You shake it. You
Any more
hear,
swishing?
you still hear the slushing, yeah.
Can I put my head in the jug?
You do. It blocks it quite a bit. Your voice is ringing in your ears.
Can I shake the jug?
You still hear kind of around you.
Well, eat this witchcraft!
Do you hear the ocean, Grog? Do you hear the ocean?
No.
Board Vac starts tossing gold coins off of Grog's junk while it's on there.
Oh, what the hell?
They're very small.
Oh. Come on, let me break it. It's obviously broken.
Does something. Does something.
Can I try taking a sip?
Sure. What do you shake it? And
Just seeing if I can just drink anything in there.
you tip it. Nothing comes out of it.
That's not cool.
There's something to this.
If
jug.
you reach
Let's
your
take
hand
it
in, can
with
you
us.
touch the bottom of it?
Yep. You feel the bottom. It's all
I've got an
it's
odd
all
thought.
dry ceramic.
I'm going to take the jug. I'm going to put some of the dragon blood that's drying out in the jug and swirl it around a little bit
It swishes around.
and pour it out.
pours onto the ground.
It's just blood.
Just blood.
What the
I
what?
scoop up a little bit of dirt. Take a little bit of dirt and put the dirt in the jug. What is it?
Dirt in the
Dump
jug.
it out.
This is a filthy
Turn over.
jug.
Dirt falls across the ground before you.
What the fuck?
Oh, I put some semen in it.
Gross.
No.
I think that's the magic.
Literally some sailors that are at sea.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And the
don't
baby
do
comes
that.
out. Now this is your
And-
responsibility.
You go to the docks of Iman. No.
Wow.
You have to take some time with this to discern what it actually
All right,
does.
we'll just hang on
It's just
to
like a
it.
jug of holding.
Throw it away.
You can just keep putting
Keep pouring
stuff in it.
No, don't
Yeah,
throw
but
it
it's been
away.
pouring out, but there's still something in the bottom of it.
Take it to an expert. We'll find out later.
There are smarter people than us.
You also find amongst this chaos a number of glass shards, and you start discerning that there are a number of empty vials that were shattered and broken across the floor in this area and across the coins.
You pass me.
Oh no.
A bunch of empty,
Potions all
Vials and
mixing
potions.
together.
a lot of things that were seemingly recently used in the recovery of a large entity. That had been used.
Juicy.
However, there is one unbroken vial that you see that contains like a cloudy gray oil that kind of swishes around on the inside. Some of it tends to seep through the glass almost and then evaporate instantaneously.
Ooh,
upon
who
touching
wants
the
this
air.
creepy looking shit?
I'll take it.
Scanlan,
Have I seen anything like this before?
You haven't actually.
Damn it. Can I sniff it to get any clues?
You sniff it and it smells metallic strangely as you pull the stopper off. It's not liquid, it's more of like a thick oil. It's very viscous and slowly swishes in places. You kind of rotate
I
the
bet Gilmore
glass.
would know what that was.
I'll hang on to it for now. Might be massage oil. You never know.
You never know. You do also rummage through, you find
I would also like to kill the bard. God. Okay, trying to get back into the ad schedule. I might end up reinstituting the scheduled Twitch ads. I'm not sure yet. Not definitely not gonna do it like midstream, but it was like it was a nice pacing reminder for me to like take breaks, get food, drink water, all that. Yeah, so we'll do a quick ad break. Umbi used his own horde to heal his HP. It does seem like that. That is like, Matt was like, "Oh, you let him get away. Crazy what dragons can do." But I do think that I like that as a conceit for how he could have healed so much. And I think it's a good not punishment, but like it's a good representation of this character or this NPC, ran away, and you allowed them to run away. Like, you allowed them to get away. So not only did they get to rest up, but they were also more prepared for you with the invisible ambush. They were able to drink all these health pots, which not only healed them up faster, but allowed or decreased the overall value of the reward. Like, I think those are all good consequences to the enemy getting away. I think that's all solid action consequence work. Because I do think he used his own horde to heal it. Used to be the big water guy. I know, dude. I have been my health has been weird. Not a role model. That's why I got this bigger one so that I could fill it up at the beginning and just drink it all day. It's an alien symbiote in the bottle. Yeah. Oh, man. What's happening this stream? We are watching Critical Role. I also drink a ton of water. You should. Most dehydration is a big problem. People need to drink more water. But yeah, we're watching Critical Role. I think you can do. Let's see. What are we doing today? Does that still work? It might not work. I might not have. I could have sworn that I had that. Maybe I didn't. The commands are all wonky. Headache is the first sign of dehydration. Yep. Mega Sam. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the with the commands. I don't know why that's not working. But anyways, regardless, maybe I'll try it during the break if we're still on it. But we're gonna take a quick break, go to the bathroom, get something to drink, get something to eat, get some water, hydrate or dehydrate, and I will see you all in a moment. Also, what's up, Mustang? Hello, how you doing? Boop. What's up? Hello, we're back. The ads are over. We've survived. Okay. And let's get back to it. Okay.
Find another unbroken. The glass itself is cracked a little bit, but it's still intact. What appears to be a small kind of brown, silver, and gray layered liquid. It's like 3 different layers that are all sediment and separate from each other, based on how it's been laying there.
Should we put this inside another glass container so if it breaks, it's okay?
Honestly, I think just putting it in the biological
The bag of colding?
bag of colding
All right.
might be wise.
Layered brown potion is what I'm writing.
Correct. It's a liquid
It's
gray.
got layers of brown, silver, and gray.
It's a musty gray.
It's like a birthday cake shot.
Kind of. And then as you push the last of the coins into this hole that you've made in the side of the wall, to hide it best out of the way, you do also find at the very bottom of this, looks like an old book of some kind, like a tome. It's about this big, with a heavy, thick leather binding around it.
Can we read it?
Wait.
Totally worthless.
No, this could be the spell book.
What's my book?
Be careful.
Oh, yeah! Dresvina's!
Dresvina's spellbook?
Wait,
Or
not
no,
Dresvina.
no.
Address
Or
note.
Adversaries. That's right.
Or your yes, Adversaries, yeah.
Wait,
Does it look like
what
a spell
language
book?
is
Have
it?
we seen a
What
spell book?
language?
You look through, and as you open it up, the words are scrambled, but then as you focus for a second, they seem to reassemble them in common. And as you read through, the first page has a large title across the top. It says Tome of Leadership and Influence.
This is special.
It is.
Yeah.
Who should read it? I want
Well,
to read it right
Only some of us can read. No offense.
Frogs.
Fuck off.
How
Are there any
big
pictures
is
in the
it?
book?
There are no pictures. It is pure text, your favorite.
Completely worthless. It's awful cold.
If Grog looks at it, does it reassemble itself in stick figures?
Yeah.
It's interesting. You look at the pages, and the lines don't make sense to you, but for some reason, you understand the gist of what the content is. It goes beyond the barrier of language, and for a second, it's almost like there are pictures, but the pictures are assembled by a bunch of tiny lines in a row in different shapes that show you what it means.
See, it's a book about leadership. Clearly, it wants to communicate something to me. And
This
intelligence.
is
Well,
like
thank you.
a Grognard comic book in Fallout is what this is.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is a stat book.
Oh, see, I was gonna say how to win
Is it?
friends and influence people.
As the unofficial leader of the group,
Yeah, really, Scanlan?
I don't really need the book.
That's true.
So perhaps Percy should look at
Maybe
it.
we
I was
can-
actually
That's true,
thinking
you do have a
Keyleth-
people to rule.
Keyleth might actually.
Both of you do.
Yeah, Keyleth perhaps
good
would be one
idea.
to take this book.
Oh, yes.
I am not
You're a
leading
wannabe
anyone.
leader.
Thank you, Scanlan. Thank you.
Keyleth, you want to trade the book for the stupid vase?
It's not Secret Santa. We're not trading things.
Fine.
I mean, I guess because I happen
no,
to
I
be
really
holding
want
the
the
vase
vase
at the
now.
time. Sure.
No, no, no.
No, you can have it.
I can have the book.
No, you can have
vase.
the vase.
Wait, what's the
Pot.
book? The book is leadership and what?
Leadership and
Influence.
influence. If you guys want to take the evening to kind of look over these items, you could probably discern most of the nature of them.
Okay, well, let's do that. Let's take a look at them overnight.
It's
and
the
we'll-
most
I'll take the
powerful
vase.
thing
Further
you can
decisions.
I'm gonna continue eviscerating a dragon.
I'm going to continue helping to eviscerate.
Okay, I mean,
Eviscerate
you get to the point where you guys, late into the night, have carved away roughly 40 functional pounds of hide before you're exhausted.
Wow.
A bit about that.
Yeah.
You're exhausted, and there's still plenty of hide here to pull off of, but like, it would take you a week. And you can notice the more you go, the scent is changing. It's almost like the acidic contents of the body are beginning to accelerate decomposition. It is actually essentially, now that the body is no longer living, the acidic bile that it usually utilizes as a weapon is slowly consuming its remains.
Sure.
I'm perfectly content with 40.
Yeah, we can make a decent amount of armor with 40 pounds.
All right, so everyone wants to carry that because it's got to be carried because the bag of holding is full.
I'll take it.
I can carry some.
We have a bear.
Strong.
How much does the biological bag hold?
The biological bag holds 100 pounds.
I could put some in there.
Yeah.
I don't have very much in here.
Okay, and there you go.
It's all light.
Hey, Torben, look, that's why warlocks are fun, man. It's like they don't get to cast a lot of spells, but they get some fun ones for free. Eldritch Sight, I mean, Eyes of the Rune Keeper is just a, written version of Comprehend Languages. But to be fair, that's not free detect magic. It's taking up one of your invocations. Whereas the Hunk of Qual was actually just free. Like, if your warlock got the Hunk of Qual, they could then swap out Eldritch Sight for, something different. Drow Warlock has Detect Magic at will because of Drow High Magic? Drow High Magic? What? Does Drow High Magic give you at will stuff? I think that it's a feat, right? From Xanathar's. Oh yeah, you learn Detect Magic and can cast it at will. Whoa! I didn't realize it gave you an at will. I figured it was yeah, I don't know. I didn't realize it was at will. That's crazy. Warlocks and artificers are wild. Yeah. But either way, Eldritch Sight takes up invocation, feat takes up a feat. There's either way you slice it. You guys are paying something to get those things. So it's my dim gave elves older than 100 a free feat to explain the longer life. Interesting. That's... I mean, interesting. I wouldn't, unless the other players were getting similar, like, free feat sort of things, I wouldn't have gone that direction, but... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, but maybe there might be some more context that I'm kind of unaware of. But either way, if it is a feat that you pay for through an ASI or an invocation or whatever, all that's paying for detect magic, whereas the hunk of qual was free.
Cool. So 40 pounds?
I forgot. There
Yeah,
we go.
I'll mark it
40
down.
pounds of black dragon hide.
Fair.
All right.
It's a lot
So
of gold.
It's in a magic
It's
bag.
magic. It's weightless.
Is it?
the bag of holding. The bag itself weighs 5 pounds to her, but it can contain 100 pounds.
Oh, thank you.
So, as you guys work through the evening, who's looking over which items? Who's looking over the book?
I'm looking over the book.
Will you stand up there and give me the vase?
There's the vase for Grog,
Was there other things to look
and there
at?
are the 2 vials.
I'll look
the
at
two
the
pouches.
vial that I have, the layered one.
Give me,
I
give
think
me.
Layered one is
Give me.
the climbing.
I'm going to sit and try and get my gun
Yeah, the
working
big
again
one.
first
They're no
time.
good for me, but I think last week you said something about spears or javelins or something.
I mean, there are various basic weapons in there, but nothing that comes across as anything beyond just well-crafted weaponry that
Are there
was
any
gathered.
short swords in the vial?
There are a couple. A lot of them have been dinged up and wrecked, but there are 2 regular short swords that seem to be functional and not damaged too heavily. They're still usable.
I'm gonna scoop them up.
Okay, so
Well-
2 short swords with you.
You should just make some mayonnaise right
I don't know how I even feel about that.
So, Percy, the level of broken that bad news is would require a workshop of some kind. Even just a basic blacksmithing
I was
tools.
going to use the workshop that's in the house.
Okay, if you guys want to go rest in the house, then that's doable.
Yes, I'm doing the house.
Okay, so all of you hop into Scanlan's Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion.
Yeah, chicken!
Get yourself a delightful chicken dinner.
I think that's. I know what that spell is. You just pass through walls. You're like a ghost. Yeah.
So what's that?
This is +2 to charisma permanently.
This is fucking brilliant.
Does anybody need... Who's shit at climbing?
Pike?
Hey!
It's actually a lot better than it used to be.
Am I shit at climbing?
No, your strength's pretty high.
I'm
You can rock
strong.
climb.
Oh, it's based on strength?
Climbing is strength.
Oh, we're
yeah.
shit at climbing.
I'm okay.
I'm shit.
All right, have it.
All right.
It's athletics,
Oh,
right?
hey, by the way, take your fucking shoes off and give them back to me.
Oh, what, these fabulous shoes that fit me perfectly?
Yeah, give them to me or I'll just take them while you're sleeping easily.
You think
easily.
you could do that? Like I would
so
notice you sneaking up.
fucking easily.
I don't believe it.
Keep your boots then.
All right.
See if they're there in the morning.
All right.
As you all find yourselves to rest within the comfortable confines of Scanlan's mansion, Percy, I want you to go ahead and make a tinkering check.
That's tinkering is +4 plus proficiency bonus plus a d20. If I recall.
It's proficiency bonus plus your dex for the purposes of fixing this.
Okay, that's even better. That'll do. 20.
20. Okay. Yeah. It takes you most of the evening. You'll rest up, but we'll say for the purposes of this, you've only regained 2 hit dice for the evening's rest of your spent hit dice.
Okay. So I'm just down 2 hit dice.
Yeah. Any that you've used, if you had used any,
I have.
you don't recover any but 2.
Okay, so yeah.
Normally you recover half of your unused hit dice right now.
Okay.
The gun is fixed. The materials that you are required to use will cost you half as much as the actual weapon is worth.
Lord Almighty.
Which, let me look at my list here for that.
You're a terrible person.
It's going to come to roughly 400 gold in materials to repair.
Terrible.
I thought it was a more expensive gun than that. I feel a little bit. Oh, that's right. It's the cheap gun of the 2. Never mind.
What about the bad news? You broke that one too, didn't
That
you?
was bad news.
Yeah.
Oh.
The other gun was working.
Yeah.
It was,
Oh, okay.
I broke it, but it was just jammed. The bad news was like.
Shattered.
Yeah. All right. So the evening's rest goes relatively uneventful.
I've commanded 10 of my invisible guards to protect Vex's feet.
Okay.
Bless you.
Facts?
Okay. So in the middle of the night, I'd like to swing by the kitchen.
Is that a thing that I have forgotten? What about her feet? Did something happen that I'm forgetting? What a weird thing. What? I don't remember this. The boots. Oh, the boots. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. That makes way more. I was thinking he meant her literal feet, like while she was sleeping, and I'm like, what are we? Because that's what I was picturing is her in her bed with the guards just all like right at the foot of the bed, just like warding off people from her socks. Like I was not picturing the boots, but that does make sense. Right. Oh man, that I will say we are foot of the bed. Yeah. I'm here for that insane random shit. Hell yeah, I love it. I will say I think that we've gotten maybe how far are we in? Close to 30 minutes, maybe like 25-ish. And I think that most of this could have been handled off table. Now, as I kind of said in this, I get it. They for like critical role stats and all of that kind of side of things, I do understand why they might have some extra pressures to do it on table. But even with that, I think maybe they could have had some pre-existing conversations to make it go a little bit quicker. And as at-home advice, I think if you just scan back to the end of his recap, I'd say like 80% of this probably could have happened off table. Like maybe we, talk about the book, maybe the potion, the jug, but all of that's a maybe, and definitely everything else pretty much handled outside of this.
I'm sleeping with them tucked like up under me. I'm gonna sleep like, you know how little kids sleep with their butts in the air and their feet are tucked like up under them. That's how I'm. That's how
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I go by the kitchen and I get a mug of water and some spices.
All right.
Just some various, simple stuff.
Yeah.
I'd like to sneak into my sister's room. I would like to check the door for traps.
Go for it. Go make an investigation check.
It's not very high. Oh no, yes it is. It's 20.
All right. It does not appear to be trapped. However, it is locked.
Okay, I would like to pick that lock.
Do I notice this happening?
30. You're sleeping.
Yeah,
No.
but I have a really good passive perception, bitch.
All right, 30 on the trap.
Right. Or on the lock, you mean?
On the lock, yeah. Okay, I would like to sneak in.
Ever so quiet. You make it into the room, put the door close to close, but not entirely. You look up, and what little bit of low firelight is coming from a distant fireplace in the far corner that's down to like very, very simple embers. You see drifting in a semicircle around the bed, 10 spiritual servants, all arms crossed, just staring right at you.
Protecting her feet, right? That was the command.
Protect her feet.
Protecting
That
her
was
feet.
that was the command.
I walk in. Not on her feet. Yeah, I want nothing to do with her feet, guys. I just want those shoes that she's hugging.
No.
I want to try to take them.
I have the shoes
gently.
on my feet.
You said you were hugging them up here like this?
No. I said I'm sleeping with my feet tucked up under me.
Like how? Like
Like
Cirque du
child's
Soleil?
pose. No, like child's pose, like yoga, bitch. You know what I'm talking about?
People do
Don't
sleep
make me
that
stand
way.
straight.
With your feet here.
Like no,
That's what you said.
Like
Demonstrate
this.
on
This-
the table.
There you go.
Like,
When a kid's sleeping.
here, I'll show you. Sorry, guys,
That's
you
what
don't
I
get to see. But it's like this, Liam.
Okay.
Oh,
That's fine.
So vulgar.
No, it's not.
Okay. Guys, this is a little bit of family trouble. Just give me a minute. And then I leap on top of her, and I take a cup of water, and I splash it in her face, and I throw flour on her face like that. Give me my boots! Give me my boots! You give me my damn boots!
You are.
Oh my god. It's just silly. But yeah, no, Sputnik and Torment, I think you guys are right. I do think that it is definitely them including this stuff is definitely for the audience, I think. But for your own tables where the audience is each other, I would take it off table. This is so silly. This is ridiculous. But I do like, as I've said before, I like that they now have the mansion as a sort of, I mean, it's kind of literally this this like liminal space, you know, where it's like, oh, they can escape from the world, both literally and figuratively, of like they can go and just do like fuck around type improv without it being like you guys are like being silly and fun in the tavern of this city that just got decimated. So I like them having this sort of space during these more grim plot lines, you know? Because, like, you could have this sort of, you could absolutely have this sort of fuck around energy during, like, Vasselheim, or even, like, to an extent, like, the very first one, the Underdark, where they're in, you know, this very alien world or whatever. But it feels... I think it would feel odd in this very grim plot line if they're doing this out in like relative public. But now, because it's in the mansion, I think it's nice and segmented, which is nice. At least this one is easy to clean up. You just have to leave the machine. So just we have to understand the thousands of magic items they use. True. As I've said, thing I'm looking forward to in C2 is getting to see all of it from the beginning. All of this taught me about post-fight stuff, as I had never played D&D before. Yeah. And I mean, there's... I agree. I think it has a value and a utility on camera as a performative, you know, thing and aspect. But I definitely wouldn't recommend it for like an actual home game where there's no audience that cares. You know, when you do off-table loot organization at your home games, the audience is all involved. You know what I mean? It's like if you do it in a group chat, the audience is still all seeing it. But you can do all of that asynchronously, which is really, really helpful for the on-table pacing. Yeah.
You are immediately pulled off of the bed, slammed onto the ground of the floor as all the spirits...
Roll!
No,
No
you didn't.
dexterity to nothing?
No, because the moment that you go ahead and splash the water and go towards her, they're on top of you. This isn't about dodging.
Wait, what's happening? Don't attack him!
Right.
Don't attack him.
It was less of you trying to avoid more than just seeing if they can grab you.
Yeah, okay.
So you're halted off and slammed onto the ground, and they're just holding you there. Not attacking you, they're just holding you. Your eyes are wide. It's awful.
Give me my boots, you greedy shitbird.
What, you think I was really gonna keep them?
I want them now. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. I want you to put them... Just keep holding me up, guys. I want you to put them on my feet now.
But they look so good on me.
Now.
And your feet are so smelly.
I gave up
you mad?
my life for you.
You did.
I will have my shoes, please.
One of the servants begins like slowly going towards your foot and...
They're smelly. They're very smelly. See?
We should cap them, right, boys?
What
You think
if...
any of my servants are boys?
I assume they have both sets of parts, actually.
That's true. That's true.
Amazing. I suppose I could part with them.
Waiting.
Wait. I'm not putting them on your feet.
Sure you are.
No, I am not. But before I do, I want payment for these boots. What's going on with you and Keyleth? Right here. I'll give you this boot if you tell me.
I could rescind my deal with an all-powerful deity and let you fall to the ground, or you could hear about my personals. What's your choice?
What?
Give me my fucking...
You love her? You love her. You love her so much. Take one, right here. If you put it on, cover up at least one foul stench in the room.
No, I can't because they're holding me around the arms.
Oh, well.
Two of the servants take the boot from her and start putting it on your
See?
feet.
They're so helpful.
Gonna polish it a little bit.
Does she feel the same way about you?
Ask her.
Maybe I will. Fine. Here's your other boot. The servants.
They take it and they kind of hold you down even still forcefully, grab your other leg and gingerly put the other boot on, polish it.
Now go to sleep. We fought a dragon yesterday.
I love you, but you are a terrible person. I walk out the door.
And you walk away.
I spent 15 minutes getting all the flour off of my bed.
I go to Scanlan. Scanlan,
Oi.
did I hear you had like a hot spring or something like that, or like a spa here? I feel like you'd have a spa.
Well,
Because
it's...
I am covered in dragon bile.
Ooh, yes. Well.
No.
No?
Just, can you point me in the direction of the
Oh,
spa?
I'm not coming with you. Don't worry, darling. Yes, it's downstairs in the third basement. I don't know.
Thank you.
You hear a
You don't
shift
want to know.
as a third basement is created in the bottom of the mansion.
Outstanding.
Right next to the boiler room.
How fantastic is your bathroom?
Another show as a boiler room has now apparated right next.
Is it just like
Is
a
it
full
very-
bathhouse?
Is it a very fantastic bathhouse?
It's not bad actually. It's a fine natural hot spring, comfortable hot hot tub temperature.
Oh
Got
my
like
god.
Russian temperature, Swedish temperature, Finnish temperature.
Ice room.
I go over the comms and I say, hey, Vex, Pike, I think I just found the new hangout spot for the ladies.
All right, we have a new speed, I've determined, a new playback speed. 0.25 is for when out of combat stuff is happening. 1.75 is for combat. And 1.5 is for they're not in combat, but also nothing's happening. Which, to be clear, is fun. They're all having fun. They're having a great time. You need downtime to chill out and decompress after big sessions, especially like that. I would prefer ones that were slightly more active, a la Winter's Crest and Whiterun in Brightstone. But regardless, I get it. I'm just gonna up the speed a little bit. That'd be so much fun. Just think of a room and it appears. Oh yeah. Like, I think that for this party at this point, the mansion, as I said earlier, I think the mansion is a really good and fun thing for the table. Like, I think that they really like it. I think they use it well. It's basically the room of requirement from Harry Potter, which is super fun. But yeah, just there's not a lot. Yeah. It's like random improv, not involving teachable map moments. Yes, like I think that the maybe the overall teachable moment is like know your party, know what they need, and I think that it was definitely. My original thought, like during Vasselheim, when they had that like whole bar scene, was like, man, they just don't, they're not really inhabiting this story yet, but I think that they were doing fine for like the tone that they wanted and the tone that Matt wanted. Like, I don't think that Matt wanted it. I think Matt wants them to have these like big moments of levity for the show. So I'm glad that Matt created an environment where they can do all of that and it doesn't feel weird in fiction. I think that's a really good teachable moment. But now I'm going to skip past a lot of it. Faster speed kind of ruins some of the comedic moments and timing, IMO, not to mention Sam singing. Comedic timing for me is about spacing, not necessarily about the like actual speed of the words. So I don't think it messes with the comedics much. But that, that I can totally see that being a personal opinion. And I'll be real, I'm not really watching the show for Sam singing. So, yeah. I like to believe the mansion gets a little weirder every time he adds a room. I agree. We could have this eventually be the final dungeon. They have to make their way through a twisted, cursed, magnificent mansion. Yeah. But yeah, I don't want. I mean, the basic motivation is I don't want large swaths of silence when I have nothing to talk about, and I have nothing to talk about the comedy. Like, I'm into comedy, but I'm not like a professional or anything, and I don't have any analytical brain on the jokes that they're making. So we're just gonna go through it a little faster.
I'm in the third basement. Come,
So
come down
turning
here.
into an
There's a
amateur
third, there's a
show.
third basement?
What's in the third basement?
Yeah, we can all hear you.
No, we can all hear you. You can't just pick me. You are aware of that.
This is not Keyleth. This is another transmission you're picking up. Sorry, y'all change the channel.
There's a
How do you
mysterious
get in the
person in the
third
third basement. We
basement?
should go down and investigate.
All right, let's go down.
We're all going down.
Oh, yes.
So, ladies, you all convene, and this beautiful, hot, air filled with steam. There's a fountain in the corner with some rocks and some nice plants around the area. There's a beautiful giant portrait of Scanlan, nude, sprawled over a rock. The towel just gently placed on his knee.
Not covering anything.
No, it's decorative.
Oh my god.
As soon as you all sink in this moment, the door opens behind you as Percy and Grog come storming in.
Do you think that made it into Legend of Vox Machina? I wonder. I wonder if that made the cut for for the show.
Yeah, cannonball!
This was peaceful.
God damn it.
Look at Scanlan's wiener in that picture.
I'm a cannonball in too.
Mike jumps in.
Nice.
I'm taking off my glasses and going to go soak in a corner quietly. Oh.
I go find Keyleth.
All right, so you guys have made your way comfortable into the hot spring. Vex saunters over to you with a look of intention on her face.
You look so intense.
Yes. Do you like the hot springs?
I love the hot
Yes,
spring.
me
Aren't
too.
they
I sit down
fantastic?
next to it. So, my brother. What's going on with you guys? Because I just asked him and he got really awkward. I mean, is it like for real? Is it definitely happening? Are you like in love? Are you getting married? Having babies? Little druid babies?
Oh wow, you just said a lot of things in a very short amount of time. We just killed a dragon.
We did.
We just killed a dragon.
I know, I feel so alive.
Okay. So that's about as far as I got. I wasn't sure if I was gonna, live past that. I wasn't sure if he was gonna live past that.
Yes.
Sure if you were gonna live past that. Really, any of us.
But we did.
So, yeah, we did. We did, and now there's 3 more. And I have a lot that I still have to do and still have to figure out, about myself.
So, do you like him? Do you love him? That's an answer. You can just answer it. It's not a big deal. You just say yes or no.
I'm afraid what will happen if I say yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked, though.
I know.
Don't think about the fear. Just think about what you're feeling.
Maybe.
I think that's a yes.
Will you hate me if I do?
No.
Sure. Because I kind of thought you might for a very long time.
You know, I thought I might as well, but here's the thing. We've been through a lot. We face death on a very regular basis. And I see the way he looks at you. And I see the way you look at him. And happiness is fleeting in this world. We don't know when it will end. Take advantage of it while you can. And stop living in fear.
Maybe we're not people who are allowed happiness.
That's bullshit, Keyleth.
And what happens if I lose either of you?
Well, you go on. You can't think about that.
You've been to the other side.
I have.
What did you see? Anything? Is there an afterlife?
Well, I wasn't there for very long. But I think there can be. My brother serves death, Keyleth.
And death is a natural thing that happens
is.
with or without him.
This is true.
Do you believe in the gods? Do you believe that Vax actually serves death?
Yes. Yes, I do.
What do you think that means for the rest of us?
I think it means that... what we do has a purpose. Regardless of the outcome, there is a purpose.
You don't think we're just destroying everything everywhere
No.
we go?
No!
I think this. How do I phrase this? There's a very common plot line, trope, whatever you want to call it, around superheroes and vampires. Depending on your lensing, depending on your angle. Where often there's a plot line around vampire stories of when you get to be immortal. You know, how do you care about mortals? That I think they are kind of accessing here. Like, it is basically when there is a chance that you live substantially longer than the people that you might want to care about, how do you reconcile that? Which is like a larger expression of the human condition. But the entire gods subplot, I do think, is an interesting extension. It's sort of coming at the opposite angle of like one of the main conceits of The Boys, which is in The Boys, the superheroes are a very similar thing to Invincible, of when the superheroes are so above the common person, they become detached. You know what I'm saying? But I think that there's an opposite thing as well that Keyleth is embodying here, of when you get to be so powerful that honestly, to normal average citizens, you probably appear somewhere in the range of demigod. When you reach that point, how do you relate to the actual gods? Right? And especially especially when you know that normal people can become gods. When Vecna has already been introduced in this campaign, when the Raven Queen has been characterized to have previously been mortal. As you become above the generic populace, how do you relate to other things that are also above the general populace? Even if they are still above you, you now share something with them. You now have something in common with them. And that's really tricky when it comes to gods and religion and faith, of like, it is very rare within like world religion for it is normally, at least, God lowering themselves or allowing mortals to kind of rise up and share some commonality with them. It is rarely, at least maybe in Western religions, I don't know that much about more Eastern religions or traditions, but at least within Western religions, the aspect of you can work really fucking hard and attain commonality with the gods, I think in some ways that is allowing some people accessibility and actually making it more likely that they interact with them. But to others, that sort of solidifies maybe existing doubts or existing lensing that they had on the gods. It's definitely interesting. It's a very interesting angle on the supremacy of superheroes, you know, because it's normally like, how do you relate to the common person, but they're taking the opposite of how do you relate to the things that are still above you, which is interesting. A druid with the everything I touch dies complex is always a great trope. I agree. I do agree with that. I see this as a nice example of how the cast takes opportunities to perform for the show for us, not just play the game. Especially this point into S1 when they are comfortable. Yeah, I agree. They are definitely taking this opportunity to perform the show. And I do think that this is also like, these sort of sequences are good and very, very valuable at home tables as well. But I do think that there's potentially a scenario where they've already had some of this convo like earlier in the campaign, or at least things that touch on this, but they're being a little bit more explicit about it for the audience. But no, I think this is generally great. Yeah. And it's definitely some interesting angles on more traditional plot lines. And yeah, we know a little bit about Vecna Ross. Like we know that Delilah resurrected Silas in relation to Vecna, and that the ritual that she was performing was presumably Vecna related. Like all level 15 plus adventurers have to ask is that a god or is that someone who got to level 20 and made up the rest? Yeah, kinda. And so it's like, when you get to that point, how do you relate to the gods? It's an incredibly interesting question and plotline. Yeah.
Are you kidding? We saved an entire town today. More dragons may come, but for the time being, the people are safe. And we are safe. If we're successful, we could save this entire fucking world.
I don't know if I'm cut out to be a hero.
You already are.
I don't know about that.
Anyway, be happy. Go to him. Just live in the moment. Don't worry about it right now.
Maybe there's another time and another place where we don't have to. But now I feel like we do.
We're in a mansion right now. Fucking cannonball! And I get up and I cannonball.
Big splash, hot water across your face.
4.5.
All right, I need a
That's
higher.
form.
I need a
That's
broom.
Yeah.
Servants combine, fill your goblets that they brought to you with wine, because drinking in hot tubs, what could possibly go wrong?
Just cannonball away. We all do it. We all do it.
Should we have a cannonball contest?
PSA, do not drink alcohol in hot tubs. Public service announcement. Or if you do, fucking chug water. The most dangerously drunk I have ever been was when I was drinking all night in a hot tub and drank little to no water. Easily the most dangerously drunk I have ever been. I very much blacked out, which is not a fact that I like and am proud of. Yeah, make sure if you are going to do that, go very slow, drink a lot of water, drink like 2 fucking things of water for every 1 drink. Yeah, the big PSA. That was one of my first rules I ever instituted for myself on drinking, was no drinking in hot tubs, because it's not for me. Oh, man. Let's see. The reason I mention performance is that I think some CR commentary underemphasizes the acting aspect and only interprets it within role play, not you in general. Oh, I see what you're saying. You like underemphasizes it as acting for a show rather than just role playing for a TTRPG. I see what you're saying. Yeah, which like there definitely is a distinction that exists within CR. It's sort of related to the earlier bit that we talked about of like them doing all of the looting on screen. like, there are definitely aspects of this that are either solely included for the benefit of the audience or definitely, like, amped up for the audience. So, yeah, I definitely agree. What's the worst that can happen? The heat, dehydration, and alcohol makes me pass out and drown to death. I mean, the worst that happens, I mean, I'm sure there are all sorts of bad things that can happen. The worst that happened to me is I went from being relatively sober to nearly blacked out, and then had a very terrible next day at my friend's wedding. It was awesome. It's not good. But also, yeah, drowning to death is close to the worst, I would say. That's close to the worst, yeah. For these actors, both a game and a show that makes actual play special to me as a viewer. Yeah, I get that. So we drink from the hot tub. That's true. The water's all around you. You just have to choose to find it. So true.
I cast breathing underwater on myself, and I just sink to the bottom of the pool. Stay there for a really long time at the bottom of the pool.
Do you have water breathing prepared?
No.
Or is this your alter self?
Dude, you guys want to hear? This is embarrassing. I want to be clear. This is not like a, man, I'm so cool story. Wait, I got... I was in town for that friend's wedding, and me and my other friends who I had not seen in a while, it's all like a high school group of friends, we all went down to the hotel hot tub, and this is the same night that like the bachelor party is like out on the like the stag night, but I wasn't like in the wedding, so it was me and a bunch of people that also weren't in the wedding, and we get absolutely shit-faced, and then the friend, the groom, whose wedding it is, came by the hotel because he wanted to like see all of us and say hi because he's a sweetheart. And apparently, I don't remember this, I bawled to him. I was weeping, saying that I ruined his wedding and blah 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 blah, and just all this stuff. And the next day, before the wedding, I was supposed to meet my birth grandfather, who I had never met before because we didn't know that he existed until I was like 20. And he had lived in this other town that the wedding also happened to be in. And it's also probably the most upset Paige has ever been at me. Very rightfully so. Because she could like barely get me out of bed the next morning. Because I was so wildly hungover. And then we met my grandfather, and then went to the wedding. And I did not drink at all at the wedding, for very obvious reasons. Yeah. And she was extra mad because I normally drive. Like, I have a lot more experience and comfort with driving because she grew up in a super small town. So she was extra mad and extra stressed that she had to drive. Oh, because I could, like, barely keep my eyes open. Yeah, not good. Don't drink in hot tubs. Public service announcement. Yeah. All the mega lore.
Yourself.
Kill
Yeah,
yourself.
totally.
Right,
So
yourself.
decides to kill his throat.
Right, I can
Decides to
do
kill his
that
throat. Just sprout gills suddenly naturally.
Oh.
Perfect day.
Keyleth, no! I run over and I pick her up off the bottom, which is essentially suffocating her, right?
Pulls you out of the water and shakes you abruptly.
Ow!
Hello,
Oh,
darkness, my
gills,
friend.
sorry, I shove her back.
Back under.
And I just let myself sink again.
Side note, I have an earring as well, and I heard everyone go down to the hot springs, so I went back to the kitchen and I got some of that chicken sorbet that they make here.
Delicious.
And I went back to my sister's room and I pulled the blanket down and I just smeared it all along the inside of the bed, and I bring up the blanket and tuck it in nice. It looks perfect.
The 10 servants watch the whole thing and just nod. Well done.
Disgusting.
They had their orders.
You are the worst of us.
Good night, boy girls.
Good night.
Percy's in, isn't he?
No?
Wait,
Percy,
is
get
Percy
it.
in the water?
Yeah, Percy's
Percy's in
in
the water,
You
yes.
got it? No, he went into the corner.
Did you do a cannonball?
No, I
No,
do
he
not.
just
I do
didn't.
not cannonball.
Percy.
Cannonball,
Percy.
Percy!
I do not cannonball.
Percy.
Can we do a
My
contest?
glasses. I'm going to hit something. It's
cannonball
gonna
contest?
bleed everywhere.
That would be based on like.
You want to do a cannonball
Let's do a
contest?
cannonball contest.
Fine. If there's
Alright.
a dare involved, that's completely
This is
different.
too real.
How much money should we put on it?
15,000 gold.
How about 5 pounds of gems?
Sure.
All
Do
right.
you all have that?
No, but I have it. I'll put it in the middle.
All right. 5 pounds of gems.
5 pounds.
I haven't been here, but I wander in eating some chicken with no pants.
Why would you put pants in the chicken? I don't understand.
guys.
Scanlan,
I heard him.
your painting is not accurate, Scanlan.
Oh, no, of course not. It's artistic license.
Come on. Did they run out of paint? Is that what happened?
It's not square shaped at all.
All right. The rules. Everyone gets 1 jump to be officiated by... Who?
Oh.
Sarah
Yes.
and Ray?
Why your servants?
They'll vote for me.
Wait, what are we doing? We're doing a cannonball contest
Yeah.
or something?
It's not fair if I do it. so
Oh,
why
I'll
not I
join
do it?
this. I swim back up to the top to join. Yeah,
Can you officiate? Are you going to join? Or are you in too much of a funk to...
No, I'm gonna join.
Grog could officiate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
God should officiate,
All
because
right.
that's
He
inappropriate.
doesn't know what
Be
numbers
fair.
are, though.
Oh, well.
More fair, really.
Vote for me.
Okay.
Who's
I'm the
at
judge.
first?
Who's going first?
Yeah, Percy really is the definition of the kid who do it you won't would actually work on. Telling Percy you won't it would be an effective way to get him involved.
Alphabetical order.
Keyleth.
Yep.
Sure.
So Keyleth, you go ahead and swim up, take some time back, rush forward, leap, make
Kind
it
of short rest, right?
Correct.
Okay. Acrobatics check.
No, this is an athletics check. This is a jump, leap, and
Not bad. 19.
19.
Oh, that's good.
She jumps into the air.
And in midair, I use my bonus action to turn into an earth elemental.
Turns into almost a literal cannonball. And displaces enough water to the point where the actual water level in the hot spring now is about 2 inches lower than it was
Run
before.
upstairs to get a bottle of raw sodium. It's on, motherfucker.
I come out. Yeah.
That was good. That was good.
Actually, I send a servant. I tell them what it is.
And then can we refill the pool after each use? Is it magical enough to where we can refill the pool?
Sure, there's a trickle. It's
Alright.
Real.
Okay, it's my turn. All right. All right. Do a little stretching.
Do you have your gauntlets on or not?
Oh,
So you are just like, you know,
Naked with gauntlets.
you're not wearing anything? Okay.
Nope.
So,
but you can't see the
Yeah.
naughty bits because they glow with heavenly light.
Yes,
right.
yeah, of
You're
course.
the artist.
The sound of 10,000
so
pens
just
paper.
this strong, stout, powerful gnomish female form steps out of the water with these large gauntlets with an ogre face across the back, looms up, gets a good distance, turns around, focuses, woof, leaps, make an athletics check.
Squash that. Oh, snip diggity.
Where is it?
Oh, shit.
23?
Amazing as your earth elemental form was, it displaced about the size an earth elemental would. Pike's much smaller form managed to displace about as much as an earth elemental would. Water goes flying out, spraying you guys. The water itself takes a while to actually calm down
I
for a
actually
bit.
slip and fall backwards like, whoa.
Well, that was a big one. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Yeah.
Who's up next?
Percy.
I've had a
I'm
lot.
not done. I'm still working on something.
Oh, wait, you should have gone before
I'm,
me.
I'm working
Sorry.
on something. You go next.
Okay, that's back to
I've got a pot and some cloth and a whole thing.
Oh, only one that's left? Except
No,
Percy?
I'm here too.
Okay,
Yes,
but...
Keyleth.
Oh, S.
QRS, that's me.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Sorry, I jumped you, Percy.
He's upstairs.
No, not done.
He was gone. That's why.
All right. I'm going to take a flying leap and jump in all cannonballing.
All right, athletics check.
Oh, sploosh. That's an 11. And when I hit the water, I set off a level 2 thunder wave.
So Scanlan,
I thought he was gonna have Bigby's hand punch the water as he went in. Look, hey. I said I like it when they do shit. This is way more fun to me. A cannonball contest? I love it. I love a cannonball contest. Oh man. I like people doing shit. But I don't got a lot to say about it. It's fun. That's all I got to say about it. It's a fun time. But I'm going to take a quick break, so that we can get some water, go to the bathroom, etc. And then I will be right back. See you guys in a second. We're back, and we're good to keep going. I've been monitoring, and I was a little bit worried at that break, but I'm feeling better. So we're good to keep trucking. But yeah, I agree. With the this is what D&D is about. It's a classic for a reason. Really fun way to get creative with their class abilities. Like I you know, I mentioned it during the Winter's Crest Festival of yeah, I want it doesn't necessarily have to be a contest, but I do think that some of it is the most fun when there is some manner of structured, silly, kind of low stakes thing. Actually, relatively similar to the Qual mini dungeon that they had right after the Kevdak fight. I think in general, after like a big fight as part of the falling action, I like it when the players are given a low stakes thing. Oh no. Oh no. It's the first time it's happened in a while. Huh. Can you guys still hear me? My bars are really low. But I can't tell. Is YouTube having it? No, it's everybody. All right. This is a long one. So I went back 10 seconds. No, it's definitely me, if you can hear me. This is very strange. If you guys can hear me at all, this is a whole new issue. I still hear you. Yeah. It's very strange. We're never going to 0. It just keeps dipping way down. But I don't know why. Yeah, I'm getting I'll show you guys what it looks like if you can see it at all. But it's like it's never actually going to 0. It's just kind of chilling out in this very low kbps range. And that's very I've never had it do that before. I've never had it do this. I can hear seems fine. It's definitely something's definitely wrong. We didn't hear you. It stopped lagging for now. It's gonna be going in and out. I'll tell you that. Like I can see my bitrate on Twitch is not up there. YouTube's throwing all sorts of errors. This is very strange. Every time we had a issue before, it was going low, but not. Yeah, my upload has entirely dropped out. Or no, it hasn't entirely dropped out. It's still there. 259 upload. I didn't play an ad, Ramen, I swear. Shit. Yeah, this could be throttling. And because we just hit like end of the day. Okay, bitrate's maybe back on Twitch, but YouTube is still mad. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, something's definitely going on. So don't worry. I can see that something's going on, but I don't know the source. 1 second. I'm gonna try something. No. That didn't do anything. Oh, shit. Did they fix your building yet? Kinda. Different. Oh, wait. That may have done it. Not dropping anymore. I think that might have done it. Yeah. Audio sounds fine. Your camera's low FPS. Gotcha. I think I'm getting green lights. I'm getting green lights on OBS, green lights on Twitch, YouTube. YouTube is still saying yellow, but seems like we might be returning. Are we fully back? Yeah, I'm seeing 0 drop frames. Okay. Move around a bit. Was that enough? I think cam seems smooth. Okay, sick. Yeah, no one sent me any issues or errors. I'm gonna have to check out the logs. What time was that at? Just got out of the internet issues. Cool. Yeah, okay, cool. Work cutting out now and then seems okay though. Okay. I think we're back. It's weird, but the chat is very out of sync. The one on your screen is very behind the one on mine. Yeah, might be. Maybe try refreshing and going back to live. Everything is now giving me the green light. Okay, I'll have to check the logs afterwards. Because now I have very detailed logging mechanisms for that sort of stuff. So we'll see if it's the same issues. I don't think so, though. That seemed incredibly different. Seemed incredibly different than normal. So, okay. Yeah, so I think we're back. We're gonna keep going as if we are. That'll teach you for taking a break. I know, right? Yeah. I mean, the throttling definitely wasn't the issue before, but it could be an issue now. We'll just have to see. All right, let's get back into it. If it happens again, we'll address it then.
Doesn't sprint, but gingerly jogs up to the side of the pool, leaps in the air. Whoosh! It sends waves out from each side and drenches all of you waiting on the side again. As the water comes rushing back in, slapping into you, Scanlan, after the fact, but nevertheless, a very impressive display.
Thank you. Take a bow. Take a bow.
Good job, good
Thank
job.
you. Thank you. Percy, are you back yet?
I'm ready.
All right.
I've got a kettle. And what is essentially a giant cheesecloth tea bag of raw sodium in an oil holding base. You were aware of what will happen when I hit the water. Yep. Okay, cool. I grab the kettle, put it in my chest, I take a run, and I leap into it. Yes, this is a terrible idea. Do not do this. Do not do this. You will die. And I take a run and jump into the
Belly flop.
Make an effort.
Not acrobatics.
Oh, no.
23.
23, okay. So as you land and hit the water, there's a momentary pause, a little swoosh. A secondary explosion that sounds dulled and covered, but then as it hits the air into a loud cacophonous water and smoke and pieces of metal go flying as the kettle is destroyed. You, Percy,
Take it.
suffer
Should have mostly directed down, but I was aware that
Go to
it's
sleep.
23 points of bludgeoning and piercing damage from shrapnel and pieces of metal that have just scattered across your chest, but nevertheless a very impressive display.
Science. Total party kill cannonball.
I look at it, pull out a small piece of the kettle, like, out of my pectoral. That was very impressive, all of you. I'm very impressed. It seems
The
that...
twins. The twins.
It's-
When's that been gone?
Oh,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
so
that-
sorry.
yeah.
It's all right, Gronk.
No, get it. Go do it.
All right. I take my broom.
Here comes the belly flop.
Right? I fly 20 feet up. As high as the ceiling. As high as the ceiling.
Not that high.
I guess the top of the ceiling.
Okay, it's about 15, 20 feet up from the water surface.
All right. Stand up on the broom,
The ceiling's like right above you, you're having to kind of hunch forward a little bit.
and right as I cannonball off of the broom, I release Trinket out of the necklace too.
As you leap off, make an athletics check.
13.
Make an athletics check for Trinket.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I thought it was gonna be good. Me and Trinket kind of suck. Was that strength?
Strength, yes.
16.
16. As you hit the water, there's a whoosh as a bear is suddenly placed magically into the water beneath you at the same velocity, causing the water itself to splash outward in a large column, a spray that gently comes down around the sides of the initial splash. Impressive. Very impressive display.
And she didn't really use magic, so that's good. Bonus points there.
Trinket eventually comes out of the water, shakes off. The lips come.
It's like artistic interpretation, like ice
It's up to
skating.
Grog.
Well done all around, really. I'm really quite impressed. However, there was only one.
He still has to go.
Well,
No, he's
there.
not in the room.
He's not in the room.
Yeah. Well, wait, is Vax going to do it? Is he coming down?
Is he like stealthing right now and he's actually in the room?
I don't think so.
No. There was only one that managed to draw blood with their display. Therefore, Percy is the winner.
Well met. Well met.
Fair, very fair.
Fair.
5 pounds of gems?
Yeah.
He needs it.
Gems.
Wow.
He takes it and smiles as the blood slowly runs from one nostril.
Oh man.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to sleep off this spa.
Those gems are going to turn into lead, aren't they?
Got plans for one of them.
He takes the gems in one hand, takes the towel, wraps it around as he steps out of the water with the other, and makes his way outside of this.
Oh, leaving a little trail of blood.
Good game. Good game.
Alrighty.
All right, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Alright,
Same.
You guys go find your way to your respective rooms, rest for the remainder of the evening, wake up to the smell of wonderfully cooked chicken wafting through the hallways of the mansion. The only person that has a unique evening sleeping would be Vex, who slides into her comfortable silk sheet bed to find some sort of now chilled but loosely room temperature chicken paste.
That is just disgusting.
Don't you mean that's foul?
I don't even.
I know.
I don't even care. Trinket loves it.
And Trinket is all over that. Trinket is now
Trinket's
just
like-
lapping it up from the inside of the
I
bed.
just
getting weird.
go to sleep and I'll take a shower in the morning.
Okay. All right, you all wake up.
Fucking
Breakfast
Trinket.
is at your disposal. You begin to eat comfortably. You wash up, Vex.
A lot.
Is there anything else you wish to achieve here, or shall we continue with the rest of your journey?
Well, we just have a few things to divvy up. I've learned about the book that we found from the dragon.
Oh yes.
It's it is filled with knowledge that can increase someone's abilities.
What abilities?
The abilities that I happen to be very good at would be even better.
I don't want any part of that.
Yeah,
It's not my sex abilities.
Oh.
Well,
I mean,
actually,
there's a part-
technically yes. My sex abilities.
What abilities?
Charismatic abilities.
Oh, it just gives you have just all the
Permanently
charisma.
better
Well,
charisma.
Keyleth,
Geek. Geeky.
as you make that awkward ass face, maybe you should improve your charisma.
You smell like chicken.
Yeah, somebody put chicken paste in my bed. I don't know who it could be.
We gotta get out of this
Yeah.
mansion fast.
Weird.
Well, I also went to my room and I was like, man, what I could really, and I was holding a jug at the time, and I was like, I'm just gonna break it, nobody will know. Oh, shit. It'll be great. And I was like, I could really go for some beer right now, and all of a sudden, the jug was full of shitloads of beer.
What?
Yeah.
Is it a never-ending beer jug?
No, it's not never ending. It stopped after a bit, but I got plenty fucking wasted.
Is it just beer?
Is it just beer, or is it any spirit, or what?
No, I said mayonnaise, and it started to make mayonnaise, and then it stopped. So I think there's a finite amount of stuff it can make in a day.
Do you have a jug of mayonnaise now?
No, I ate that too.
Wee hours of the morning.
There's chicken.
That was one of the best exchanges of our entire run.
Oh my god.
Wow.
So,
I can't stop laughing.
Oh my goodness.
so what else?
Okay, now you're gonna get a bunch of mayonnaise
Yeah.
to your box.
Now I'm mostly just laughing at them laughing. I did not. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny, Travis RP, but they are getting the giggles out of it. Oh my god. Performance is charisma. You're so right. So it does determine scale and sex ability. So he was right. Oh man, this is they. Look at this.
No mayonnaise.
No mayonnaise. No mayonnaise.
Beer, send beer is fine.
Oh.
Please, somebody draw him just out of his room.
Scooping mayonnaise out of the jar.
A Grecian urn of mayonnaise.
My tears.
It's the saddest Winnie the Pooh ever.
I also found out that one of the vials is a potion vial. It can temporarily give the drinker a spell of etherealness, which is like you temporarily turn into Casper the Friendly Ghost. You can pass through walls.
Oh, cool.
Whoa.
Cool.
Anyone who drinks it.
Backs?
Oh, that would be good for you.
Less drinking, more like
Oh, is it
applying.
rubbing?
Yeah, it's an oil.
Oh, don't
I
take
would
it.
not recommend drinking.
I can rub it on your back for you.
You have to rub it on you.
More out of that.
You need to use a stepping stool to do it, but you could.
The other one was a potion of climbing, which we decided.
Right.
Oh,
No,
you.
it's
Oh, you.
back.
I suck at it, but
Yeah,
anybody
no.
else can have it.
No, you have a broom.
You have a broom? You ain't gonna be climbing
That's
that.
true.
Actually,
I
I
don't
might take it.
Percy, take
High
it.
ground is occasionally very useful.
I've got a
I'm okay
broom
on strength.
And
that flies.
I'm not that strong.
What was the name of that tome again, Scanlan?
Tome of leadership and influence. I'm torn, Keyleth. You have some charisma issues, shall we say?
Uh-huh. No, keep telling me about myself, Scanlan, today.
Well, I'm just saying that I am quite self-confident, sure of myself. Some would say charming.
Yeah, for good reason.
Some, not most.
And this book would make me unstoppably so.
Sure.
Some people say Scanlan is high in charisma.
So, I don't know, we can Rochambeau for it. What does the group think?
I think Keyleth should read it. She's trying to lead her people.
Yeah, Rochambeau for it.
I don't want what? I don't like wanting things. I don't
like
care.
you don't like wanting
Who
things?
has who has charisma-based spells?
Me?
You.
That's a big fat pause is what that is.
Yeah.
Why don't we think on it?
All right, we'll think on it.
You think
To be fair, it takes days.
It takes 6 days of reading
Oh,
to take
shit.
effect.
So if you read for 2 days and then pass it up to someone else, does it just restart?
No.
No.
It's once a century it works.
Oh, shit.
I have a similar book that I
Once a
use.
century?
That
What
get
did you use it on?
You live for many centuries.
I do feel. I feel very. I'm not sure how much Marisha is thinking about this, but I know if this were me, I think in fiction there is a decent, character argument for giving it to Keyleth, and I think that the players are RPing and are really kind of, sinking down into that character mindset where, yeah, like there's a decent argument to be made for like, she's like really fucking awkward, like let's give it to our friend, whatever. But there is the other aspect of this of like, yeah, Scanlan's a bard. He's a charisma caster. He's the only charisma caster in the party, you know? It's so there's from a purely mechanical sense, especially in a party with this many people, it is hard to argue against Scanlan taking it and Sam. In character, sure, you can argue for Keyleth, but I really understand and feel for Marisha's hesitancy here. Like, I think to a degree she's playing Keyleth's hesitancy, but I think she is also very hesitant of like, oh man, this is something that Keyleth may want. Maybe she doesn't. I don't know. But this is absolutely something that could get a lot of negative attention drawn her way. Like, based on making, like, the unoptimal decision in a way that, like, I'm going to put heavy asterisk, benefits her. I think most people would say, like, oh, Marisha out here wasting, you know, such a good magic item, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's, I don't know. It's one of those things that I think would be totally cool and fine at my tables and at home tables, but I can very much understand her having additional hesitancy to avoid getting contacted on social media. She'll also have plenty of time in the future. Plenty of time. I don't know that I understand that, but yeah, I don't know. It's yeah. I don't know. This yeah. Maybe I'm reading too much into her hesitancy and awkwardness, but I feel like I would be awkward about making the unoptimal choice here.
Keyleth, you can have it nexties.
That's actually a very fair point. I was about to say, would you like a manual of quickness?
Oh, you mean like in fiction, Keyleth will have plenty of time. I see. Yeah. I mean, yes. By that time, the campaign will almost certainly be over, but sure, yeah.
Here, for you.
Oh, hey!
Do you next entry?
99 years from now.
Sure. I'll hold on to it for that long.
We're all
I was holding on
dead.
to the hopes of finding somebody long-lived.
We're gonna have a ball.
Oh, right.
But
Speaking of old, are some of us older than we used to be?
Are we still old? Or no, Tonal, right? No, that was gone.
I would say for the purposes of the travel, because you guys had a few days travel from the actual Sphinx's lair towards Western when you were traveling back, you had the opportunity to use Greater Restoration to get rid of it.
Between Pike and I.
Yeah,
and that's fine.
we're all
If we don't want to be any younger.
Then you could have said no and kept it as you go. If you wanted to take in your next
How
salt
old
and
are you now,
pepper,
Scanlan? If you keep it? That salt and pepper
A
hair?
girl never tells her age.
would you want to maintain your little creeping Reed Richards going on the sides there?
No, I'll get young again.
Slightly.
You said begrudgingly.
I know.
I think back. Well,
Set that dial back to 39.
All right then.
All right.
Anything
Gonna
else?
say Percy?
I was thinking perhaps you're not necessarily the person to magically augment your path.
It's kind of my hesitance about it.
I
guess.
meditated upon on the idea of it for a minute.
I'm honestly kind of afraid of what kind of leadership things and influence it could possibly tell me. I don't know.
I do.
You can read it, Scanlan.
There you go.
At the very least, it'll keep him busy for 4 or 5 days.
That's true.
Because you have to read for 48 hours.
What if he gets even more charismatic and then he proposes again? And he charms you
What if he's so charming I just wouldn't be able to help it?
Yeah, it's possible.
I know. That's my only other regret is, do we want to turn Scanlan into like a charm nuclear weapon? Because
Yeah.
that's what we'd be doing.
I kind of do want to do that.
Kind of want to see what
He's
it
super
does.
good at talking to people.
He is.
And I think there's enough of us that we could all keep each other in check from
Between Grog and Scanlan, we can solve any problem, I think. So beef him up,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Tell me what kind of leadership things. Who wrote that, Scanlan?
Lao Tzu.
Tell me what kind of leadership skills Lao Tzu wants to bestow upon you. If there's any good ones, pass them along.
All right, I'll give you some tips.
All right.
All right. You guys finish your breakfast, make your way outside of the mansion, back into the Dragon's Den. Is there anything else you wish to do before you leave? As you can only take the amount of gold you retrieve, and the items you can farm, the rest will have to be left behind, hopefully be retrieved some point down the line by either the remnants of Western or yourselves.
I'll just say that I've attuned all my old shit while everyone was swimming.
Okay. Cool.
Shake the flour off the
Yeah,
boots.
yeah. I carved a pretty little heart on the side of one of the boots just to make it extra girly.
Make a perception check.
I would just think that meant you love me.
Maybe I do.
That is a 39.
What?
17 plus perception is. Did I get it wrong? Am I too tired? I've had a long day, people. So it's 29? Let's say 29. 17.
Would you take perception as one of your? Oh, then yeah, okay. You take the boots, you put them on, and immediately there's a heart there, and you're like, I'll probably mean she loves
Like it.
No, I like it's fine.
Yeah. At first you're like, no, it's good. All right, you guys, back in the Dragon's Lair. Is there anything else we wish to do?
We're going to make sure that we walk around the trap that is still active in the front.
Right.
Make your way back to the tunnel that you guys carved before.
And avoid that old magic.
And I would,
lasting damage
and I would
from
like
the
to,
acid
I'd like to
burns.
carve.
Thankfully, through magic
seal.
healing and other means, there were no scarring.
Yeah.
The tattoos and the beard that were like, partially destroyed
gonna
were
ask.
restored.
I was gonna bring it up.
Yeah, the beard's a little bit
case
reduced
another
from just the sheer volume of acid that was thrown in your face, but since healing magic was applied shortly thereafter, a little bit of the beard began to singe. It stopped the process. So you still have some facial hair, just may have to grow back. It's
I
fully
might need a
just.
haircut in a day or two.
Ooh.
Whoa. Stone shape.
Can you stone shape something for me?
I can help you with that.
I would like to stone shape. I would like to have Keyleth stone shape and use one dragon scale, if you would be so kind. Or actually one tooth, if that would be all right.
Sure. Tooth me.
I would like to leave the VM seal on the side of the cavern. And just written in what would a dragon understand?
Draconic.
Draconic. Do we have somebody who can do that? One down, and let's embed the tooth into the rock.
Oh shit.
Yes, I like it.
We might as well.
I like it.
I like
Might
it.
as well.
Fuck them.
Okay.
So I do the Vox Machina crest.
Okay.
And then.
Anyone here speak
Yeah,
of
who speaks
Draconic?
Draconic?
All right, so you get with her, you scribble into the ground what that phrase would look like. You go ahead and copy that, and you embed it permanently and immediately into the side of the stone. Alrighty. You guys make your way down Gat Shadow through the Bramblewood Forest to Western itself. As you hit the base of the mountain, start getting towards the edge of the forest, you see a pillar of smoke rising up from that direction.
From Western?
A relatively thick pillar of smoke
Oh,
for you,
no.
actually.
Wait. What? Wait.
They've already
what?
attacked.
No,
Oh,
we
no.
go fast. We go.
We go.
All right, you guys rush through the remnants, or the remainder of the Bramblewood, come out into the field, and are met by what looks like a series of fires that are out in the open field north of Western, not from the actual
They're
city.
burning the dead, probably.
You see these are pyres. The dead of the Umbrasil battle are been set aflame, being given off a proper hero sending. It is a standard as an after-battle remembrance of those who fell for the herd. You see standing amongst them the 12 surviving members of the battle, many of them pretty badly scarred from the encounter, but alive nonetheless, bandaged and kind of taking a moment of silence. You do see of that group as well, Zanror and Wara are there. They haven't noticed you yet. And standing behind them all, one large, aimless stone golem with a big chain kind of out of its chest, just standing there.
Fassbender!
Who controls him?
No one at the moment.
Oh, you took it off?
I took it off.
But you have the circlet
Of
still.
course, I have the circlet, yeah, but.
I'll take it. No one else.
Can I find my way to Zanror?
Do you want a pussy?
Is it a
Attunement.
His wife? His woman. His
His
woman.
mate's
right?
Wara. Yeah, they're both next to each other. And as you get closer, you notice most of them have gathered their belongings. They have travel packs. They have taken sacks and whatever they could to bring whatever belonged to them. And it looks like they're getting ready to up and move. You see Shale a bit behind them as well, who is also taking some small supplies with her one good arm and putting it over her shoulder and tying it to her armor before she grabs her staff again. So walk up to Zanror and Wara. Zanror looks over to you as you approach, his arm still around Wara's shoulder. It's good to see that you survived, Grog.
Yeah, did more than that, actually. Found our way up to the cave where Umbrasil was. Left him in pieces.
As Shale told us.
Yeah.
The bearded king, she said.
This is. I have a feeling that the herd will make themselves available to Vox Machina for the final, Avengers Assemble fight against Thordak. But as we sort of talked about with, how do you make them fight Umbrasil in the first place, I think it's good for Matt to present them with these, I guess we could call them temporary buffs, even though they can probably take on these dragons individually at this point. I mean, I don't know exactly the CRs of the other black dragons, and it would depend on the environments that they fight them in, but I think it is good encouragement, and it makes a lot more like intuitive narrative sense for the party to gain something and then feel like they can fight the dragon, especially something that's closely related to the dragon. Like, the herd used to have a deal with Umbrasyl. So in taking the herd as their allies, they are kind of doing a twofer where they're taking away some power from Umbrasyl as well as gaining it for themselves. Narratively feels like, right, this is the time now. They still had some hesitance going in, but they got there. But I also think that you want to be able to try and encapsulate at least that minor feeling, or a feeling similar to that with each progressive dragon. So Vorugal, Raishan, having their own version of the herd, whether that is a specific piece of knowledge, weapon, faction, powerful ally, what have you. Because as we've established, this party can, if it's an equal contest between them and a black dragon, they're probably fine. Now, as a DM, you can make a lot of ways for it to not be an equal contest, but I think it's good to bring the herd in, have them gain it, give them confidence, and now the herd departs so that they can then gain something else for the next one.
A word of advice. If, as you're finding your way out of town, you were to stop
I keep forgetting to use the buttons. The buttons are important.
by a certain cave, there might be some things for you to pick up.
I take my sister, put my hand over her mouth, and I drag it back about 30 feet.
Gives you a look and looks to Wara, looks to her belly.
That's for the people of Western.
Appreciate that. We'll take what we can.
Your little one. You take care of him, her, it.
I will.
All right.
Do you want to come with us? We know we cast you out once, but we're not like that anymore. The herd's dead. We go to find prosperity with the Rivermar. The people we wronged.
Well, that puts a little bit of a complicating factor on my theory. My theory from the end of last episode where I was talking about like Vax's leadership and the money and conflict between him and Vex. But it's like Vex wanted to give the money to Westrun, but then Vax stopped her. I am very interested in how this breaks down afterward. Or not breaks down, but how this is discussed afterward. Also, what up, Daniel?
I'm probably going to spend some time
I need to use the buttons.
making it up to them for my father's infractions.
You
You're
might.
one of us now. And we'd be honored to have you.
I'm honored. Truly I am. But I lost a family all those years ago. And while I will always think fondly of you, I have a new family now. And I must stay and guard them with my life.
I understand. Well, I'm not very good at these potting pleasantries. Puts his arm out.
Stereo.
Yeah.
Come on, they blew your hair back.
Yeah, a little bit.
Magnavox. Like,
You be safe. You find a way out north of the Silver Cut. You're always welcome in our tents.
I'll keep that in mind. Travel safely.
He goes and takes up his bags. Shell takes up her staff, comes up to you, and
It's less about the actual like the thing that I'm more interested in here, regardless of if the herd deserves it or not, the unilateral and previously undiscussed decision by Grog and Vax's support of it is interesting. That's more what is surprising me is Grog making that, again, previously undiscussed decision, and then Vax, like, directly supporting it. Which I'm not even, not good, bad, or other, just, I'm very interested in the conversation that the party has after the herd is gone.
We'll see each other again, Grog. This I'm sure.
Yeah, totally sure. You look out for that other eye now. Don't lose the other, because then you'll just be like, in the dark.
As you're doing that, she smacks you in the nose with the staff. It's like-
I'll be fine.
and she walks away with a smile on her weathered, crooked face. Xanor yells out, "Come! We move west!" Everyone kind of turns their heads and gather their things, and they walk by. As all the soldiers walk by, those wounded not. To each of you, they bow their head in respect. And you swear you hear a couple murmured, "Thank you," as they all solemnly make their way out west, away from Western.
Is it just the remainder of the herd?
Mm-hmm.
Herd leader, we trust you will leave something in that cave for the people of this town. Something to help them recover.
Xanor turns to you and says, "There's very little in our lifestyle that has use of this coin. Just enough to make it from place to place if need be. Besides, occasionally we need supplies. Something to trade with. Not like my father. This I've learned in recent months."
Prosperity on your family.
Looks to Grog. Your family as well. Turns around and continues to walk.
You're lucky he's nice, Grog.
What? What?
Offering all the gold to the herd instead of people of
I
Western.
didn't offer all of it. So there was something to pick up. He might have grabbed a bunch of mud. What are you so upset about?
He meant well.
Yeah.
As you guys make your way, where are you heading?
Oh, into Western?
Yeah.
All right, that was simpler than I thought it would be because of Vax's clarification. I mean, I think that is fair, Sputnik, but also calling looting and gold Grog's area of expertise might be a little might be a slight stretch. It's also, yeah. It mostly is standing out to me a lot because what to do with the gold was something that they so thoroughly discussed, but then Grog just decided this fate for this common resource, which again is fine. It's more something that I'm noting and that I didn't think would be as chill as it is as it has ended up being. And I think that it was like, it's both unexpected and expected of Vax diffusing the situation. It's less that he trusted Grog to do the right thing and more that he trusted that Grog couldn't mess it up enough that he couldn't salvage it. And so he is prioritizing empowering his friend rather than he's prioritizing empowering members of the group rather than respecting communal decree and decision, which is a distinct leadership style. I'm less surprised that Grog, did this or whatever, and I'm more interested in how Vax reacted to it. Yeah. Matt did also did specify there's only 12 people left in the herd. They can only take so much in addition to their travel supplies. Maybe. I mean, they had run of the town. Who knows what all they found there and didn't give to the dragon. I mean, this is all like, we can go about, regardless of how we justify Grog's decision, I'm more focusing in on whatever Grog's rationale was, he did not run any of that by the group. Even though they had had distinct and detailed discussions about what to do with that loot. And then he just like gave a portion of it away without any manner of discussion. Which is, again, I think that he probably has a rationale and is probably like, oh, well, if I have this rationale, everyone will obviously agree with me. That fits perfectly within my my understanding of Grog. But it's an interesting moment of like leadership characterization for Vax, that he prioritizes that empowerment over group consensus. Is interesting. Grog's the master of rage looting. Don't lie, you're messy and wanted an argument. Oh wait, that's me. No, I don't even. It's not. Yeah. It's a interesting moment. Huh.
Is the gold pile trap still there?
It is, yes.
It's sprung. We have to pick
Is
it
our
up.
gold still there?
Your gold is not there.
Oh. It's a good thing I only bought a little bit in.
I'm gonna go take like 5 minutes. I'm gonna kneel down and sort of meditate in front of one of the pies.
But you do notice, ironically, while the gold is still there, it's scattered about. Because there has been an explosion where the gold was left behind.
Oh shit. Oops.
Nearby.
My bad. Oh.
Nearby.
I made a bomb.
There is a groove in the dirt that is dragged on for about 400 or 500 feet before there appears to be a body at the edge.
Oh,
Dead dwarf.
Is it a dwarf?
No,
Who
it's
is
not.
it?
It's a gentleman that disappeared as you let him out of prison.
He deserves it.
That guy?
That fucking asshole that pieced out.
Yeah.
Blackfoot. What was his name?
Blackfoot.
Wait, I knew he was gonna go for the gold.
Orn or whatever. Orn Blackfoot. Is that was that his name?
As soon as you guys left, he seized the opportunity.
Motherfucker.
Good kill. Good kill.
Play the game.
All right.
They are never going to trust a single prisoner ever again. Every prisoner they've ever met has been a villain. Oh no! I guess there were more people in that prison, but oh my gosh, she is not helping their suspicion. I love that. I absolutely love that. Amazing way for Matt to have Ashley's spell not be completely wasted. Yeah. And I think that, you know, you saw all of the concern on their face. You know, you saw all of the concern of holy shit, did we blow up a member of the herd? Did we blow up a townsperson? And I think that there actually might have been some benefit in them potentially blowing up an innocent before the Umbrasil fight or before the Kevdak fight. Sort of a similar escalation to when the peasant that like helped them when they found him strung up when they got back to Westrun. Similar to that, I think that making them think about their plans, think about collateral damage. Yeah, similar to Reginald, thank you. Yeah. I think that making them think about all of that stuff before the big fight is a good way to like build up tension, build up consequence, drama, conflict. Like all of these things heading up to the Umbrasil fight are good emotions to stoke, but after the fight, when we're in this, you could maybe call it falling action or maybe rising action towards the next thing. But when we're kind of when we're falling off of the climax like this, I think it's much better to have it be a neutral, and or potentially adversarial person that she blows up here. Either way, making the callback back is awesome. And it definitely reinforces the fact that their actions have consequences, but it doesn't stoke the negative emotions that you might want to stoke beforehand. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a good choice to have it be Blackfoot. Have it be who it was. They shouldn't trust anyone from anywhere. yeah, honestly. I think Vax shared the same idea that they helped, so they should be compensated. Maybe. I don't recall that, but it definitely wasn't the decision that the group came to, which is the thing that I'm focusing on, like the difference of empowering the singular person separate from the group consensus. Liam delegates leadership when dealing with backstory, and Vax does similar except in fiction. Yeah, that's a way to put it. It's a way to put it to a degree. Yeah. I'm biased. Yeah. So Reginald's daughter is a villain since she was also in prison. No, that's what I said. There were other people in the prison. There was also, I think, Abdris Noja was also in the prison. That's not what I meant. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, good callback from Matt.
I'm taking a moment to pay my respects to the dead.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I do the same.
I'm attuning Fastbender and working on getting the chain removed from him.
Okay.
Keyleth takes a minute to druid craft like some wildflowers around the pyre.
Okay. As you guys are taking this break, Vex, you notice a small group of individuals walking from the town in your direction. Make a perception check.
I bent my paper.
I bent my Wookiee.
17!
Okay. You glance over, and the best you can make out, some appear to be armored, some appear to be just carrying sacks and goods. There's a cart being dragged behind with 2 beasts of burden affixed to the front. Looks to be a set of horses, and at the front of them you see a appears to be a human, male, wearing chainmail with a heavy shield to one side, just walking up and approaching. You see him, he's mid to late 40s, big black and gray streaked beard pulled into 2 points, kind of wild, crazy looking dark hair, also gray streaked, sun-dappled nose, and he just walks up with his hand in the air.
Oh, friend.
I'm gonna go ahead and have our guest enter.
I know that guy.
Ready for the wait.
And a hot spring episode.
Cannonball competition.
Sorry that I was laughing loud enough for the mics to pick it up.
That's okay.
Some people on Twitter were saying that they heard me laugh.
That's fine.
Patrick Rothfuss? This motherfucker. Finish Doors of Stone, asshole. No. Yeah. I did immediately when Matt was going through all of the big description. I was like, guest player? And my mind was going through like, there's no way that they have a guest player an hour after they started, when they did the whole fucking cannonball bullshit. I mean, Super chat. If you are, this is not model behavior for a home game. I'll tell you that. Like, I think maybe the thing about this at the end of the day is, I was looking for this. We were talking about Rothfuss a few episodes earlier. This motherfucker. It's like the people that they're having on are like other entertainers and a writer and a musician. You know, it's people with like non-standard schedules, I guess, to a degree. And I mean, for all we know, he couldn't get there until that time. I think that is an incredibly generous way to interpret that. Maybe you're right. I think that's incredibly generous. But it's like they all have, you know, very, very non-standard schedules. And I think that it ultimately comes down to if their guests just like want to be, you know, on the show. Like they don't, you know, they're not like super deep friends. They're not, you know, just like wanting to get involved. If they just like want to be on the show, want to be a guest on the show, this is fine. And so I guess it, in a lot of ways, depends on the way that... How do I say this? I think it depends on what your guests are expecting when they come into things. I think anytime I've had a guest, which, as I've talked about, has not been as often, but I wanted to get them in as quickly as possible because, like, they are taking off the night, you know? Like, they're not going and doing anything else to be there playing with us. Me and my table are not professional actors, voice actors that are, you know, putting on a show or what have you. And so in my thought process of guest players are there because they want to play. And so delaying their entry this much would be disrespectful to them. But obviously an actual play has different incentive sets within that. So yeah, I don't, but it is, yeah, it's potentially different for the guests on here. But yeah, I don't know. Rothfuss makes us wait, we make him wait. Exactly. This doesn't really undo your point, but most of the guests know the cast personally and are basically work friends. I hope Matt has some ideas of their personalities, etc. Yeah, and I'm not even like saying that like they're strangers on here for a photo op. That's not. I don't want to be, you know, that pessimistic or negative, but I think more of what I'm getting at is they might be more okay consigning portions of their night just to watch or to more heavily prioritize not disrupting the core show. Whereas like if I invite someone to my just home game, them getting enjoyment out of their night is more important to me than than a partial disruption to the story. You know, I would rather bend the story to facilitate them having fun, because like that's the main priority of the table, you know. When we're oh fuck. Oh yeah, we dropped for a moment. I saw that. I don't know why. But yeah, it's like the home game, we're all trying to min-max our fun. And if I invite a guest, I want them to get in as quickly as possible because them having fun is the point. Whereas Patrick Rothfuss guest starring on Critical Role, having fun is part of the point, I'm sure. But it's not the entire point of them being there. Yeah. He said he was laughing really hard during the cannonball scene, so he was there for that. Yeah. If I was a middle-aged man waiting months for a colonoscopy appointment, that would take precedent. I mean, sure, we can play the what-if game. Maybe his wife was giving birth right before this. I don't know. But yeah, there's all sorts of things he might have been doing, but I think at that point we're playing big speculation game, yeah. Clearly Matt was making him wait in solidarity with King Killer fans, yeah. I think it's slightly different when they're fans of the show. I believe Rothfuss had previously just sat in on a show behind the camera, so just watching for 1.5 hours ain't so bad. Yeah, it is. It definitely. Yeah. It definitely depends. I don't want this to be like perceived as a critique of how Critical Role is treating Patrick Rothfuss. It is more of a point of like, man, this is wildly. I think this is wildly different from how a home game would run in a similar situation, you know, or should or could. Yeah. I forget sometimes that there are guests who aren't literally coworkers, but Rothfuss is a counterpoint. Rothfuss doesn't voice act as well. I don't think so. No, I think he's just a writer, yeah. I do think CR being an actual play lends itself to being more entertaining for the guests to be waiting to play compared to a home game to a degree. Yeah. To a degree. But yeah, I think it's, yeah. I thought I was finally going to get to disagree with Mega live, but his opinion on guests on CR has changed. I think it's... I think it is... my opinion has sort of changed. I'll phrase it this way. I think for a game that is purely a game, I don't think you should make them wait that long. For a television show, there are different sets of incentives to whether or not they're waiting. I think that's the long and short of my opinion. Is yeah. Like I'm picturing this happening at my table and I just cannot put myself in that mindset. Yeah. Don't make the guess wait. CR guest is not equal home guest. Yeah. They're definitely not the same.
Patrick Rothfuss joining us today. So as you're walking up
No, Sam, I disagree. Maybe a fabulous writer has to put out books. A fabulous writer cannot write a couple of stories that are not finished. That's not a writer. That's not an auteur. If I wrote the first act of a play and then started performing it on Broadway and people are like, "Where's the second act?" I would be like, "I don't know. It'll come when it comes." What? Yeah.
That Doors of Stone isn't out. However, that does not stop the first two books from being great.
The first act is incredible, but I don't like. The first two are great, but we're in a 15-year intermission.
I agree. He's still a writer.
Would you call someone that only wrote the first act a playwright? No, you wouldn't. Oh my god. So literally, I was really looking forward to the disagreement, lol. He still writes other things sometimes. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's lovely. I'm sure he's lovely.
I will not let you besmirch this.
Paige is one of us. I DNF'd his book in under 30 minutes. Did not finish. Look, I think the opening is a little slow. Is a little with Chronicler. It's a little slow.
Chapter and a half.
Yeah.
But you get past that and you realize why there needed to be the setup.
I do love the King Killer Chronicles that has come out. That's just a bad playwright lol, but still is one. Well, then why are we calling him a fabulous writer?
Because what he has written is still good, even if he hasn't finished it.
I know. I'm just being salty. Patrick.
So as you're walking up to, as you're walking up.
Yeah, that's essentially my argument, Joshua. Yeah. We get New Hope, we get Strikes Back, and then Return of the Jedi. It's not even that the Return of the Jedi came out that much later. It's that we're still fucking waiting for it. Oh my god.
From the city of Western.
But no, I love the King Killer Chronicles. I just want him to fucking finish it.
Carrying behind you the group of eager to leave refugees that have kind of gathered around you. You notice the burning spires, and as you step out, you see the remnants of the horde leaving westward behind the group of heroes that you all had feared had gone to the top of the mountain to meet their doom. They stand before you live and resting, and as you approach, they hail them. One of them, the half-elf female, hails you.
Sir. How are you doing?
Charisma.
Give me the book.
Amazing. Couldn't have done any better.
What's happening in the town? Are you leaving?
So, how many people are left in town, and how many have come with me?
In town, there's probably a couple hundred that are scattered throughout. Most of them have left. The party has sent them out, but many individuals they didn't get to have still been holed up in their homes. You have with you right now 20 people, and these are the folks that have congregated around you to figure out a plan of what to do.
Okay.
What's with all the questions, Narc?
I will admit I did not expect to see you folk again.
Well, we're here.
What's happened?
Oh, you know that dragon?
I noticed the dragon.
Gone. Killed.
It's so strange. I've never seen any interviews with Patrick Rothfuss or anything, so it's odd connecting because I know a bit about him. Weird. Yeah, kind of like that, basic. Although I will say, I think it's more like he brought out the appetizer and the salad, but maybe hasn't brought out the entree. But to be fair, this does get into a debate on, the authorship and writership of if the salad's really fucking good, he's probably still a good chef. If the salad's the best fucking salad you've ever had, I mean, I guess there is an argument as to whether or not he's an amazing chef or not. The man has a glorious beard. He does. I do wish that I could grow any amount of facial hair. This is rocking about, I want to say a week and a half of growth, 2 weeks of growth. So you are probably never, unless the hormones in my face change radically over my 30s, you're probably never going to see me with such a glorious beard.
Vox Machina. Give me the book.
Nope. I don't know what to say. I was expecting to have to bury some more bodies.
Thankfully, that is not the case. And you are smart with leaving town.
Well, the town itself hasn't decided exactly what to do, how much to rebuild, or whether or not it's even worth it. But now at least we can make some plans.
Definitely.
Boy, what's your name?
Oh, my name is Kerr.
Kerr.
Yes.
Like, is that with a C or a K?
with a K.
Okay. Care. Care. I like it.
And tell us about yourself, if you don't mind.
I have been here in this town for a while. I settled down after I had a bit of an adventurous youth.
Oh, I like.
Yeah, me too.
Like, how old do these guys look? You know?
They look younger than you. They look like a bunch of young upstarts for the most part.
Puppies, right?
They're puppies, but looking close up, you can see the weathered experiences in their eyes. You can see.
Well, they came back from the dragon,
Yeah.
right? But still, these are like kids, right?
From your perspective, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an adult man.
Who's a size just roughly past your knee.
I welcome you back to what is left of the town, and I offer my thanks on behalf of those of us that are left.
Are you responsible for these pyres?
The town has been pulling together, and we have been doing what we can.
I'm hopeful that Kerr, in his continued presentation, is he's eventually the leader of either, whatever refugee movement there is, or if or if they do decide to rebuild. This is the sort of thing that that's the sort of NPC that I would assign, that I would have a guest character play. Like, we talked about guest characters, I think, in a little bit more detail. I believe it was last Critical Role, although it might have been a different stream. But that's exactly the sort of role that I would have a guest character play. Is like whoever is going to lead Westrun now after it's been freed from Umbrasyl. That's precisely the sort of person that I would have playing, because I would, number one, if they were truly a good person, or like a good guy, if they were on the side of the party, whatever. I would want the characters, the PCs, and the players to immediately trust the new leader. So having it be a guest PC is a good way of solidifying a degree of trust in this newly introduced character. And it allows a little bit of I think that it injects a little bit of not you into the story. Like, when you have an expansive world, you have so many of these NPCs, some of them might start to feel slightly off, or just maybe not, they might start to blend together to a degree. So if there's someone new who's important, especially later in a campaign, I like having it be a guest player so they can kind of introduce their own personality, flavor, all of that sort of stuff. And then even after Patrick's gone, you as the DM now have this like kind of template from outside of your brain to like grapple with and work with. So yeah, I really hope that Kerr is the new leader, because that's a way that I really like for the guest PCs to be used afterward. Yeah.
Can with what we have.
Oh, it's the campaign building stream. Gotcha.
And what's your position been in Western?
Oh, I don't have a position in the city. I'm just the smith.
Oh.
And yet
Yeah.
you
Blacksmith.
The
Just
smith.
really.
You make weapons.
Yes.
Armor.
Percy.
And armor.
I make things. They're not.
Maybe you guys can
So we get in a room
collab
together.
on a
Yeah.
joint
Talk.
project or something.
Smithing and
Talk about
gadgetry,
gear.
while I can see how to the layman they look very similar, are in fact quite different.
Actually, I might have a project for you.
I'm offended.
If we have a moment.
Okay, before we start hitting
Before-
him up for work.
Was this everybody you could round up to get out of the city?
Well, this is everyone who is interested in coming out on this particular expedition.
Oh yeah. What is your expedition?
Mostly exploratory. Like I said, we just didn't have any information at all. I didn't know if we were going to be burying more bodies or dealing with an increasingly angry dragon.
Well, the dragon in the mountain is dead, but there are increasingly angered dragons in other cities that will probably be coming here to retaliate.
That will be coming here.
Possibly.
More than likely.
Probably.
Maybe.
We don't know.
No chance.
You said
Actually,
you-
this raises an important question. What do
Yes.
the people of Western do at this point? Do they rebuild? Do they go underground? Do they leave and abandon the city?
Huge question, yes. What do you think personally? What is this small group that you're leading? What's your plan?
I've offered to come along with them in case they needed a strong arm. I don't speak for the town. I just know most of the people involved, and I wanted to make sure that they stayed safe.
Classic I'm not a leader energy when he's totally a leader. I love it. Yeah, it's a very, and I think that this is something that I haven't drawn like an explicit distinction about. Of there are kind of different there are different reasons to have a guest PC at my table, and I think a lot of times I sort of conflate the different reasons of like there is a reason to have them that is just our friend wants to play with us. And they only have next week free. Figure it out. Alternatively, I think there's a very particular benefit that guest PCs can have for the story that you cannot access without a guest PC. A guest PC is going to inject an amount of novelty to whatever the character is related to. So this, like, even the famously underutilized Garthok in Iman, I think definitely drew them towards the clasp in a way that they might not have otherwise, and made them go in there a little bit more friendly. Obviously, things devolved, but I think that it definitely had an effect on how they were considering the class moving forward. And I think that Kerr is going to have a similar effect, where it draws a lot of attention and it makes it feel very standout amongst all of the other backdrop. Like if Abjurist Noja rolled up, I don't think they would have taken as much time. Even with Zanroar and everyone else coming up, yeah, they interacted with Grog because that's Grog's herd. But if Patrick Rothfuss had been in that herd, I think that they would have given it a lot more attention and weight, and the party might have been like, could we escort you to the River Maw? Are you sure you don't want to stay and help us? Like, maybe this other person can lead them to the River Maw. You go to Brightstone, and wait for us there. I think these sort of things draw a lot more attention within the narrative to whatever the guest player touches. But that's like the narrative utility of a guest player, which is different from our friend wanted to come and play. So these two concepts are a little bit competing, yeah. My character likes to craft items too at times. They like to either make magic items or cursed items. Ooh, that's fun. That's fun. I'm not the leader, says the guy everyone is following. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Not Whitestone, Brightstone. It's Brightstone, right? Whitestone is fucking Skyrim, if I remember correctly. But yeah. Yeah. Kerr is absolutely the leader, and I like, if that is what Matt is doing, I like that as a thing. It's Whitestone. What's Brightstone? Wait, no, Whitestone? Brightstone. What's Brightstone? Is Brightstone something else? It's not Whiterun. I know it's not Whiterun. It's Whitestone. What's Brightstone? I don't remember. Ah.
But the truth is, there's a lot of people who have nothing to rebuild and nothing to rebuild it with. And if there might be dragons coming back, I don't know.
Well, Kerr, Pike and I are both from Western. Yeah, yep.
I've seen you before. Do you know Wilhand, my great-great-grandfather? He just great, yeah. Wow. 2 greats, not just one.
Tiny kind of hunched over, gnomish gentleman, a little absent-minded but friendly enough.
Likes to
keeps
drink.
himself.
Ah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You probably have
A little
had
bit.
some drinks with him
A
before.
little bit. And I haven't met you, but I've heard of you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What have you heard?
I heard that you were a good member of the community.
Yep, that's me.
Incorrect.
Totally. Found the PTA.
He was, and is, but we're
Grog.
just never home.
Grog is my name.
Kerr, do you have a sense of how many people are left in the city, roughly?
Maybe as many as a couple hundred.
Oh, that's it. Wow.
A lot of people have been leaving, but some people can't.
Well, look, I would just like to put this forward, right? Western's their home. It's Pike's home. It's my home. And if you start running, you never really stop.
But where are they going to stay? I've been down to the sewers, and there's crazy giant creatures down there.
Well, you could treat it like a weather shelter. Like, if the dragons come, we set up an early warning system, they go underground. But this is their home.
Here's an interesting thing to contemplate about this whole problem, is that we have 3 dragons still at large.
Yes.
3 dragons who have probably found cities of their own. So the chances that they're going to come back and take time away from their own city to go look at one that's in theory already taking over is very thin. And if they are traveling, then they're going to travel to cities that haven't been plundered yet.
That's
So
true. This one has been.
this is no less or more. There's a risk either way. It's just the risk of running or the risk of staying.
Also, the dragons know that the last dragon who came here died.
That's why I think the dragons'
Well-
motives have probably shifted by now, and where the dragons might not be interested in plunder anymore, instead might be interested in any city that we are in.
Which I
They might
imagine
not-
we're leaving soon anyway.
Yeah, they might not believe we'd be here, but they also might try to...
Is there-
Kerr, are you an honest man?
If they were going to introduce the lesson.
I've been called an honest man.
You're not
Insight check him.
Oh, yeah.
You may both make insight checks.
Wow.
19.
Oh!
If you whisper to Grog, it's going to make me really happy. Yes.
He just said, "You fart."
Mightily.
Excuse me for just a minute, sir.
What was this about Loot Crate?
$3 off.
It's the first whisper we've had in a while. It's the first whisper we've had in a while. And it is funny to do it on the low insight. Huh. I wonder, and this is a conversation that I would have to have with my players. What up, Deadly? I would have to have to a degree with my players of like how, if I do bring in a guest PC, like how down are we for them to not be necessarily a good guy? Because I think that the default expectation is going to be that anyone at the table is at least mostly aligned with party motives. And so to me, to a degree, and again, I think this is maybe an even wider divergence between it's a show versus it's a a game of like it's maybe funny to insight check the guest player, is the guest player fucking with the cast, but I don't know that I don't know. To me, it sort of rings of wasted time and potentially, like specifically wasted time for the guest player, where like the players are like spending time sifting out their intentions. To me, that rings of like wasted time for the guest player, but that goes back to home tables versus not. It definitely feels like Patrick is on here to be more of a secondary DM role of like speaking for the town and them like insight checking him. Like it definitely seems like they're more treating him as a Matt NPC come to life, which I think is probably a thing for the show. But yeah, it's just so off kilter from how I can imagine running it that it's slightly almost difficult for me to track, Stream's been good, Deadly. I think we had one big dropout. We had one big dropout, but it was a weird one, so I don't know. All right, everybody. We're all just. I don't know where I got Brightstone. Brightwood is Fable. Yeah. He does not know of which he speaks. I do not. How is Twitch going for you? Twitch is fine. The majority of the audience is definitely on YouTube, but I think, yeah. I wish that Twitch didn't make me run pre-rolls if I don't want to run ads. But them's the breaks. I think I'm still... I've been feeling off and on throughout the episode. We're doing... We've still got a decent amount until the break. We will see if we make it to the break. Most of the time, I am more able to like physically check in during ad breaks. Yeah, we'll see.
But that's no secret.
Damn, extreme.
Oh, wow.
Take an insight check.
I trust him with my life. I pledge my allegiance to you, sir.
You just dapped to him.
Scanlan literally hasn't said that to me in the entire 3 years I've known him, so...
Yeah.
What was your name again?
Scanlan just found out that Kerr has a daughter, is what he
Wow,
found
you
out.
pledged your life to him? Jeez.
Kerr, you said you were an adventurer several years ago.
Many years ago. I've lived here. I've lived here a lifetime at this point.
Did you have a party that you traveled with as well?
I did.
Would we happen to know any of them? Alora, assume?
No. That was a long time ago, and I'd be very surprised if you'd heard any of the stories from back then. I will say, though, from what I know about dragons, that perhaps vengeance might not be outside a reasonable expectation. There might not be anything here for them to plunder, but...
But no one likes having their ass handed to them.
Well, and these creatures are old and intelligent and powerful, and they stay that way by striking fear into people. And as much as I hate to leave my own home, I don't know who will be able to help my people if any other things like this happen.
We can't be everywhere at once.
What about the sewers?
Well, we were down there and there was horrible, creepy things.
You could help with that.
We could clear out the sewers.
But that's not indefinite.
No.
It would have been wild if he was part of Allura's party, but I also think Allura's party is much higher level. Although I will say, I do like, I think, I don't want to say too often, but I definitely think it is a bit of a gut instinct for us as DMs to make our, like, town leaders or town prominence pretty fucking high level. Like, I see it often, and I've done it myself, that town leaders like Allura or like other council members are normally above 10th level, which, you know, I think is fine, but it's definitely something you need to keep a handle on as a DM, of thinking about the spells that these people have access to, the sort of physical dominance that they have, and I really like, even for a town the size of Westron, making the leader of the entire town a level 5. Like, in the way that I've really been trying to conceptualize it in more recent games is tying it similarly to the tiers of play. So it's like, you know, tier 1 is for regional, is for like local heroes. Tier 2 is regional. I think tier 3 is world, and tier 4 is what is tier 4? Like the universe or something, heroes of the universe. So I try to keep that in mind of, like, if I'm going to put someone above level 10, they should be like taking on worldwide threats. And there either need to be so many threats that they can't keep up, or there needs to be some conceit or reason that they can't keep up. And that the adventurers have to go out and do it. Whereas, you know, Carrick, a level 5 leading, you know, a prominent town that maybe lords over a nice region of Taldore, I think level 5 makes perfect sense for that. The levels of like Allura and all them in Iman, they border, I think, on unreasonable. Yeah, I think they border unreasonable. Like, Taldore is definitely displayed as a somewhat dangerous place, but it's not like, it's not Monster Hunter. It's not like overflowing with threats. So it sort of wraps back to the Gilmore's Glorious Goods discussion of where is the need in the market coming from to have this large of a thing. But we also don't exactly know Allura's level. It might be lower than I am thinking it is. But my assumption was that Allura was generally leveled similarly to Vox Machina. The almost adventure. My thought was that there was a near TPK and he was the only survivor. That was my initial read, at least. The level of the leaders depends on the well-standing of the city-town. If they have more access to better prospects, they reach a higher standard. Yes. I think that there's just a very rapid inflation of that, or maybe there's a sort, I think there's too much of like a linear progression of like, this city has double the amount of people. Well, if the leader of the, you know, half a population city is level 5, then the double population city should be 10. And I think that can fall apart very quickly. The leveling scale is not linear. It is more like exponential. So So I think that that's where things start to fall apart. Is if Amon is twice the size of Westruun, it should not have a leader that is double the level. Probably more like a time and a half, time and a quarter, maybe. The power level of my city leaders depends on the size of the city. Yes. I agree. I kind of also believe it's reasonable for NPCs, former PCs that might have been higher level at one point to lose levels after a time in retirement. I think that's very reasonable, and I think that you can create some interesting stat blocks with that, especially monster stat blocks where they have maybe these holdovers from higher levels, but have lost some of the things along the way back down that bring them back to a more reasonable power level. I think that's super reasonable, yeah. There's an argument for the actual leader to not be adventure type, but larger would have higher level people employed. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Being a simulacrum is a good reason why you can't have a logarithmic scale. Yeah. Not a 1-to-1. I think that's the big thing, is because the power of a party does not just go up in a straight line. It is not only a bit jagged, but 20th level is not 20 times as powerful as level 1. It is something like 2,000 more times. So that's the only thing that we have to take care with. An example in my world is in one kingdom, kings have to be highly trained to even become a king. So any king in the empire will have a high level in martial class. I think the only concern there is how high is the level. Like that's sort of what I'm trying to hit on. Is like, if I think level 5 is reasonable for a town the size of Westruun, but like Amon, I would say should only be rocking like 7s or 8s compared to this, even though Amon is a much bigger and more not prosperous, but a much bigger, more prominent city than Westruun. They should not have, the straight up. But yeah. Anyways, yeah.
No.
They'll be back.
I mean, the only other option is
There's the traveling band by the river.
split
The
the
Fugees?
city up,
Everybody
send them on
leave.
different paths,
There's Whitestone.
take some of them
There's
to West.
Whitestone.
Is rapidly becoming a very large target.
Very quickly becoming noticeable, I think.
Ever been to Vasselheim?
Refugees are often very unwelcome, too. And most of the people here did not have much left to lose before they lost it.
Well, we have claim to the gold that was stolen. It's up in the mountain, it's just hard to get down.
Someone honest is going to have to come and help divvy it up amongst the survivors.
Well, we could look for an honest person.
What if all of the survivors are excavating the city?
We could probably... I know enough people to put together a group of, carters to go up there and start fetching stuff down.
Yeah, and the people that have gathered around you are people that have been around you most of the time you've been in the city, or at least have known you long enough to the point where they themselves are also like-minded. So you can trust most of the folks that have walked with you out towards the pyres.
And I'll say, excuse me for just a minute, and I'll walk off and I'll kind of chat with them a little bit. And you see I'm pointing up, and I'll do a little talk off with them, so you can talk about me without me.
Oh, he stopped him.
I like this
that
guy.
guy, huh?
You do.
Why do you pledge
I
yourself
just
to him?
feel like he's an honest man. He's a good guy. He's got a nice twinkle in his eye, and I recognize that as a sign of honesty because I have a similar feature.
You do.
You do? I've never noticed a twinkle in your eye.
it.
No, I think
Yeah,
it's
the
a bit
light has to hit it just.
No, it's a crusty from the morning. You might just like.
That's
yeah.
just
How do you get glitter in there? That's really
It seems like such a shame. I mean, shouldn't we ask the people of Westruun if they want to stay or go?
Well, there's only 200. We could have a huge meeting and kind of put it to a vote.
The town hall thing?
Why not?
But he said some people were incapable of leaving. There might be elderly and sick here that can't travel.
Is there a way to hide the city with magic? We've seen that
Can
done
we make
before.
it look like it's already been burned down?
It has already been burned down. That won't be hard at all.
Can we hide it?
Can't they have sentries and a shelter in the sewers? They could clear out part of it and have sentries every night, and any time a dragon comes, they just go underground and wait it out.
I don't think this is I think this is a pretty reasonable idea.
What do you think, Rog?
Well,
Pike?
that's what I said.
I feel like it's a good idea.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't
Hang on.
think if...
Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hold the phone.
We could spend a few days here and get them started
It's
before
so
moving
hard
on
to
to our
find
next thing.
shelter and protection that's not a
that
city
many
that's
people.
where you're unwelcome in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, this is an unwelcome world at the moment.
We could leave Fassbender here to help protect everyone.
No, well, yes, I guess if we gave him away, but we need him.
Do we need
Do
him?
we? He's gonna
How
slow
are we
us
going to
down.
take? How are we
gotta
going to get
turn him back
Fassbender
in.
anywhere with us?
Well,
Tell him to walk.
Are we
Also-
returning the band?
yeah, Qual did want the circlets at some point. It's not
What?
necessarily ours to
Evil.
give away.
Well,
Is he?
is he?
We could just say
Selfish,
we left it in
maybe,
West
but-
Western.
We are under contract, technically.
This is true. What were you to say, Pike?
We could just leave it with Wilhand,
We'd leave it with Wilhand, actually. Yeah.
and then we could tell.
Oh, Cole, we didn't know where you were. We couldn't find you.
So
We
we
left
wanted
it
to
with
leave it in
Wilhelm.
one place in case
Is
we
that your
didn't see
lying
it again.
voice?
That's what I say, that's what I'm
Oh,
gonna say.
sorry, buddy.
What is the general atmosphere in town? Are people just done?
Yeah, right. I'm fucking over this shit.
Best that you can ascertain, a lot of people are scared because they were separated from their families. A large bulk of people left south to Kymel,
Right.
which is the nearest township to Western that feasibly could take in refugees. They left directly after the dragon attack, even before the herd was there. And when the herd came in, the maybe 10%, 15% of people that stayed behind were then captured. Some of them were killed as they fought back. Many were enslaved and brutalized. And a number of them did escape thanks to this group's efforts. So I'd say those that are left behind, they're eager to see their families. They're probably eager to leave for the time being. Some of them do want to stage because they're stubborn, but the majority seems interested in not being in a place that could be a target for more dragon attacks. As rumors have come back that there was more than just the black dragon, and many of them recall the red, the green, and the white that came with the initial onslaught that tore through the city.
Right.
Or would have been the green, the white, yeah.
Okay, so I'll wander back and I say, my friends here are willing to go on a retrieval mission. I'm assuming you folks could use some rest, and the hospitality of the town isn't what it used to be, but you know, I'm sure a lot of people would be very glad to see you. Have you, set up protection? Did you hide the treasure?
We
Could you
did.
draw?
We did. It's hidden in a cubby with a little mark on it. So.
There's a little.
We'll give you instructions.
We'll sketch out.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
a little
we'll
walk
do it.
around and
Cool.
Oh yeah, the walk around's important.
Yes.
But there are stuff out there in the woods. There are things.
Yeah.
He's a strong man.
Well, and I've got these are the more capable. Like these folks can go out on their own and.
A number of them can, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of them are more there for just general visual support, carrying things for them, stewards that are kind of taking up arms because they have to. But you're essentially the strongest of a group of relatively capable individuals.
I'd hate to send you into anything that all of a sudden got like a bit too nasty. I see you wearing chainmail. If I may, what is your weapon of choice?
I'm partial. I was partial to the Warhammer.
Ooh. And I'll reach out to shake his hand. Like your choice.
Kerr, do you know how to make armor be quiet?
That's probably the first laugh you get, where it's like, I've been there. I've been there. I lived there a long time. We could talk shop about that.
I love talking shop.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll send out, I'll kind of set up a little expedition. I'll send people out, knowing that a lot of these folks that are here are going to head out. They're going to need the resources. So, and based on what they've said, like my team can go out and get some of this treasure.
Yeah, but based on the description they said and the sheer volume that's there, they end up taking 4 carts that are capable of doing a somewhat treacherous mountain journey with the strong individuals you send up as well. I don't know if you want to go up with them or stay behind.
I think it sounds reasonably clear. We'll send up a good group with spare parts, and they're all craftsmen here. They're all farmers. They can fix a car if it breaks. So.
Yeah.
I still like the idea of.
Is there any way for them to contact you if shit goes down while they're up there? Like if we need to go in as the cavalry on the rescue.
Are there any
And send one of the stones with them.
anybody
Takes
with
all the time.
We can send with
message
send
sending?
Fassbender with them.
Unfortunately, anybody with any modicum of arcane practicing capability left when
They
these
beat feet long
Yep.
ago.
As
Yeah.
soon as shit hit the fan, they're like, nope.
I think at this point, it's people that are stubborn and with really low intelligence scores are the only folks left. So the wizard
Kind of.
went right away.
I
Yeah.
think it's appropriate on occasion to just leave people to a modicum of risk.
All right.
Life is risky. It's perfectly reasonable to send people on
Do we
themselves.
steer them away from the area where we ran into those basilisks?
Yes, we will tell you
They're
about
locals. They're locals. They
Yeah.
should know.
Okay, well, the basilisks were far south. That was in the Frost.
Oh,
So,
no.
as far as you know,
They're
No,
great.
they're-
nowhere near the
Fine.
Bramble Wood,
It's a
thankfully.
day walk.
So what should we do here? Clear out the sewers?
Well,
Is that
actually, so
So wait, there's 3 options for these people, and they have to decide for us. They can stay here and live in the sewers. They can go to what's it called?
Kymel.
Kymel,
There's
where
also-
they're still accepting refugees, or they
Maybe.
can just wander off into the desert.
Well, there's also that group of people wandering around. There's that
That's
group.
what I'm saying.
Hey guys, so remember the farmer outside, and then he turned into a scarecrow?
Yeah.
Yes, we remember.
Oh, found his daughter.
Oh, where is
Did
she?
you tell her?
No, I didn't know what to do. She looked like a deer in the headlights.
Where did she go?
Sent her back.
No, she was in a prison with Dresvina, and I got them all. Adris Noja and Blackfoot, who's now dead. So, what's her name again? Amelia.
Good name.
Really sweet.
Did you send her towards
she
the
around?
refugees?
No, I brought her out before we took the fight to the dragon, so I think she's still in the town, but I don't want to tell her.
We should tell her, Grog.
Yeah, I know, and maybe like give her a little coin, but like Pike, you think maybe you could?
Tell her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I remember where he is?
Where Reginald is? Yeah.
I head off that way.
Okay. It's directly west of the town, so it's pretty much south of where you guys are currently standing. So the drop point was northwest of the city. He is still affixed.
I'm gonna bring him back here.
Yeah, make him sound real brave. You know, paint a good picture when we talk to her.
He was real brave.
Yeah.
There's only about 200 people left. Do you know someone named Amelia?
And you know of Amelia, though you you did see her last night. You haven't seen her in a while. She was one of the people that's still in the town. She was peripheral to the battle with the dragon, but fled as soon as she saw it. Unfortunately, dragons have that effect on people.
Right.
She's a little shamed by it, but you calmed her down. But you do know that she's safe and reachable.
Yeah, she's around.
Where is everyone staying within the town? Are they scattered about, or are they staying in a central location?
We've kind of organized places for people to sleep if they don't have places for themselves. It's makeshift, but because it's been a couple of days at this point.
It's been almost 2 days since the initial encounter.
Right, so we've got like triage camps set up. I will say, some people are going to stay no matter what, and they have the right to stay, and that's their choice. I imagine some people will come back and rebuild here, but most people, they are ready to go. They miss their families.
An entire city.
We can build a dragon shelter, at the very least. That is something we can do.
But these people are prisoners here. They feel like they're prisoners in their own home, and that's not a home.
And we let them make their choice.
Yeah. They'll do what they're going to do, but we can give them an option if things get hairy.
Let's make our way toward them then.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys make your way towards town. The largest concentration of survivors that you've been keeping tabs on actually aren't that far from Wilhand's home. Up in the area where most of the temples are constructed, which is generally considered one of the oldest and most protected areas of Westruun, there are 2 inns that are basically just now ramshackle homes for sleep. There's just bedspreads across the entire floor. All the tables and chairs have been moved out. It's now just a giant room where people who have had their homes destroyed come and sleep. Not because it's comfortable, because there's comfort and safety in numbers. People have gathered what belongings they still had that are worth anything or they might need for a journey. Many of them are still gathering bits of dried food and fruit and whatever, preparing for whatever the next step of their travels may be. But you probably have the bulk of the people in the town, other than a few older, very stubborn folks that are like, I'm going to stay in my home. The folks that like stayed at Mount St. Helens.
Yeah.
And you're just like, come on, guys, seriously?
There's always some.
There's always some. But yeah, so as you approach and the door swings open to the first tavern as you introduce them to, a few of the folks kind of perk up. A few children who couldn't sleep kind of look over. 2 of the kids that recognize you, up, Uncle Carrick! They run up and kind of grab the side of your legs. Your chainmail kind of clinks and you pick them up.
I'll look around for Wilhand.
Wilhand is not amongst this group. Wilhand probably stayed safe within his home, which kept him safe up to this point so far.
Do we see Amelia?
Looking about, yes, you do see Amelia. She is asleep right now, though.
Tell her dad's dead.
Hey, it's really important I need to tell you right now.
We see her?
She's here. She's asleep right now.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
It's later in the day from the travel. You guys took down the mountain to even get here after you woke up in the morning. Spent most of the day getting back to Westruun. So you're getting pretty close to sunset. The group has been set off for the evening's travel towards the top of Gat Shadow. She appears to have fallen asleep early.
I'll like kind of start a few things, and I'll
I will also say, so I've obviously talked quite often about Matt's, lack of timers, lack of pressures, that sort of thing. And I think that there is something to sort of draw attention to here, where when we're considering exploration and exploration type challenges, one of the benefits towards having those, timers and pushers and pressures, like they did last episode with Umbrasyl potentially healing the longer that they took, it means that things that might not be challenges, if you can take however long you want, become challenges when you're in a tighter time constraint. And that means that you can, as Matt just did, totally bypass them once the timers are gone. So last episode, we had timers with Umbrasyl, potentially healing the longer that they took. So it matters how long they take to get up the side of the cliff, if they make any noise that might alert Umbrasyl, all of these sorts of things. And it makes those actual challenges that they have to debate on how to get up. Obviously, they're Vox Machina. They're a party of 7 level, 13s, 12s. They're gonna get up a mountain. That's not the that's not the challenge. That's not the obstacle. It's not can they get up the mountain. It's how do they get up the mountain? How quickly, how safely, how quietly. But now, while there's no Umbrasyl, none of that really matters. Like it doesn't actually really matter how carefully they go. They can ferry everyone up and down with the broom. Overall, it doesn't matter anymore because the timer of Umbrasyl is gone. So I think that Matt is absolutely correct in ignoring the previous challenges that he had set up on the way up, because now they don't matter on the way down. So you ignore it. It's like, oh yeah, you got back. It took about this long. No worries. And you move on with the rest of the session. Yeah. So I think a good, I was about to say ignorance, which sounds like ignorance. Good omission by Matt, or a good smoothing over.
Spread the word, and everybody could really use a bit of a party here. And we don't have many resources, but I'm betting there's enough liquor for everybody to get good and drunk tonight.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And so that's the resource that there's always an abundance of in this point. So we'll kind of put the word out. And honestly, I don't need to organize it. I can just say, Dragon's dead, and they did it. We're gonna throw them a party tonight, and I'm just gonna let that happen.
And with each chain of that word spreading, the energy immediately lifts up within the room and the building adjacent, and folks that were either resting or in a kind of a state of perpetual anxiousness suddenly brighten up. Even with the dirt-smeared faces, you can see smiles poking out as people begin coming into the room to see those who slew the dragon that threatened them. People start coming up and shaking your hands. Individuals who haven't seen you guys for years, people that just lived in the street and gave you a passing hello in the younger days of your youth, are now coming up to you with a look of absolute appreciation and thanks. And just as that energy picks up, the wine and the ale begins to go throughout the area as stores of them beneath the taverns that were not found by the herd, as there was only so many members of the herd and only in a larger number of actual inns and taverns throughout the town. People just start grabbing cups. Even some of the kids start coming up with cups, and the parents are like, a little.
Yeah.
It's New Year's. You can have a sip.
It's medieval times, everybody.
So yeah, without much worry at that point, everyone's getting nice and liquored up, and happiness is ensued. Some folks pull out some meager instruments. There aren't a lot of extremely practiced bards, so your ears tweak a little just at the sound of imperfect music. But there is honesty and joy coming from it, so you choose not to lend any sort of constructive criticism to the performers.
Send the last of the decent bards out of town. Well on you.
And I kind of hang out outside. I kind of want to keep my eye on the skies.
Yeah, not to worry. Go make a perception check.
Oh, jeez. I was about to say I was going to join you. It's a little.
Yeah.
I've had my fiddle party.
I'm sure you were.
Wait, what is that? 32.
That's okay.
32?
Yeah.
Alrighty. You look about the sky. It is clear. The dark clouds that had loomed towards the top of Gat Shadow have since blown away. The starry night sky now spreads infinitely above you. And for the first time in a long time, knowing that the immediate danger is no longer chasing you, you take a minute to appreciate the sheer beauty of the view that Western always had. And this brief moment to allow yourself to exhale helps remind you really what all this is worth and the importance of moments like this. You can hear the laughter behind you within the inn. You can hear the music. You can hear the kids chuckling and telling jokes. People clinking glasses together. And
I won't even spend too long on this. This is similar, I think it was last episode, to them going into the passageway into Gat Shadow, and me talking about Matt maybe over-explaining a skosh, maybe doing a skosh too much, because at the beginning of that, I was like, oh, that's so nice. It's so nice, symbolic, poetic, the dark clouds over Gat Shadow blowing away as they've defeated the Black Dragon Umbrasyl. And then he's even, he's finding the track again, he's finding the plot. You can hear the kids chuckling, telling jokes, people clinking glasses, hear the laughter, the music. And this is another instance where it's like, I think maybe the initial criticism, which is, fair, it's not out of pocket, of, don't tell characters, how they feel. We've had that discussion before, and I won't relitigate that. But I do think that this moment probably would have affected Laura / Vex in that way, or it might have affected her in a totally different way. And yeah, it's just the it's so tough because it is so nice and so just off the cuff, poetic, and again, symbolic. But we have to remind ourselves as DMs, sometimes you give them the nice, concise little bit, and they can draw their own conclusions, and they can decide what the moment is worth for themselves. Because who knows? Maybe Vax would have felt bitter about the clear night and about these people's lack of safety, or she might have felt exactly this way. Nightmares always give nightmares. I don't even know what we're talking about. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough because the speech, I don't even want to critique this too much, because the speech that Matt is giving is, I think, better than what I would have come up with in the moment. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too tough on myself. But I know especially that I have to hold myself back from saying too much, which I think maybe Matt could have used a tiny dose of here. DMs give your players nightmares. Oh, lol. I think this could be another CR versus home table thing. Matt and his players seem to have so much built-in trust to me that it always seems to work, but I would not recommend this for a home table. I think this probably... I actually think this might be a... I think this is maybe a case where I don't think that. I think that if Matt had held back a little bit and just let his initial words ring, or the words that he says, afterward, the laughter, the music, the kids chuckling, all this, I think that is all incredibly effective. I think that's effective on the show, at a home table. And I think that telling Vax about her feelings is tempting, because you want to make sure you want to, I think as a DM, sometimes you get worried that things are not coming off the way that you would want them to. Matt wants this to come off as a sweet and reflective moment, and he doesn't want it to be misinterpreted. And that's like I think that's a pretty constant, fear or worry for a DM. But also, especially when it's, a very poetic thing like this, a very reflective thing, I think we have to let it go a little bit. And we have to just like let the descriptions and let the words speak for themselves. I'm not saying that I think that like Laura's going to be like mad about this or that even that this was like bad. But I think that Matt is doing his own words a bit of a disservice here by adding the additional stuff, I could just be biased from watching all the CR, and I think that Matt knows his players well, but I do agree with you that I also need to get better at this. Yeah, and it's again, I think that this is probably going totally fine, and that I don't think that the words are like a major, or the middle words are like a major detriment to them. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird to me. Like I can feel myself being affected by the words, It was like when he first started, I was starting to like have emotions, and I was starting to like, really think about it through that sort of lens. And then he interrupts himself to tell her how she should feel, which is fair. I was on my way towards feeling that sort of way. So it's just, I think sometimes as DMs, we shoot ourselves in the foot a little bit. We're kind of our own worst enemies of like, Matt is better than he even gives himself credit for, I think sometimes. And I know that I can fall into that as well. It takes a special type of player to monologue on their own inner thoughts. Most have to wait for PC interaction to voice opinion, but of course it takes a crazy amount of trust. Yeah, certainly. And that's not even to say that I think that like Laura would like need to monologue her thoughts in this scenario. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might be circling around the never-ending well right now. I think you guys generally get what I mean. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's standing out to me so much because I wish I could be that poetic on demand. I wish I could think of that sort of like nice symbolism just off the cuff. And so this is me, watching an 8 and wanting a 9 sort of deal.
And in this tiny little microcosm of a moment here, you let yourself
Maybe a 9 and what's
silently
worth 10, I
smile
don't know.
and really know what all of this is worth.
I'm going to join.
About that time, I reach out and grab Percy's hand before he leaves the door. Percy.
What?
This is giving me like a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of people here.
Is it about your feelings about Vax? Is that the whole problem right now?
No.
I really don't.
There's so many people calling us heroes.
Yes.
We're not heroes.
We pretty much are, actually. I hate to tell you this.
We're not. We're terrible
Hey, Vax
people.
a
We're
bitch.
terrible people. Why are they telling us this? Oh, God. Oh, if I had to shake one more townsperson's hand. Oh, God. I feel like I was cursed. I was cursed. I don't want any of this. I don't want any of this.
You do. As you guys are having this conversation, Kerr walks over with a rosy grin on his face.
This is your first time? It's like,
Hi, I'm Keyleth. Do you want to step outside?
I come back.
Okay, we're gonna go on break really quick because we skipped the last break. Interesting. I'm thinking about how this potentially impacts my theory, especially because I don't know. Vax doesn't seem to particularly want to pursue his leadership arc right now. He seems more embedded currently within him and Keyleth's arc, and Vex seems more embedded within Keyleth. So I'm almost wondering, because before I thought that the what the fuck did I call it? The moon tree in the Feywild. The cancerous tree. I don't know what it's actually going to be called. The cancerous tree that holds the bow, Fenthras. I thought that the decision would ultimately come down to Vax, because it would be a conflict between his view of the party and leadership, etc., as in comparison to Vex's morality and Keyleth's morality. Like, I thought that they were going to be like the moral foils of each other, and that Vax would be stuck in the middle to a degree. Oh God. All right, I need to go check on the dogs. I'm going to keep thinking about this during the break, though. I'm going to keep thinking about this because I think I might have been wrong, but I'm letting it marinate. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. What's up? I think you'll find the coming conversations very interesting. I also think so. I actually think VM doesn't have any true leader. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. They don't have what you might. It's mostly a when Vax often has the final word, like he's more he's kind of a judge voice in a lot of ways. Like when they have disagreements that they can't come to pure consensus on, it is normally Vax that puts the group in a direction. And if there's something happening, you know, mid-plan or something goes off the rails, they normally follow Vax's lead. I mean, it definitely does depend on the situation, but I think that that's the closest thing that Vax falls into within the 5-man band sort of analysis of the group. Like he's definitely not like the strong or smart guy, not the heart, not the soul, and not the lancer. So I think that's the closest archetype that Vax falls into, and amongst Vox Machina, he's the most leaderly person that I see. But beyond that, the crux of the theory was less about his leadership necessarily. It was more just that his leadership was like tied into it. But it is his view of the morality of Vox, which before the Chroma Conclave was becoming a little strained. You know, his view of their morals and their moral actions. And so that's where I thought this was going, was Keyleth and Vex were going to be essentially put up next, like that was going to be the decision, is to take the bow for Vex or to not take the bow for Keyleth. But with that whole moral, we are not leaders shtick, I'm now thinking that it could be Keyleth's moral decision on whether or not to take the bow. Because her and Vex are getting closer as Vax and Keyleth's relationship starts to develop more explicitly. And I could see a little mini arc, or not mini arc, but like little sequence in Singorn where Keyleth essentially fucking meets the family. Like, it could be this whole aspect of this person whose approval Keyleth has sort of been wanting for, it sounds like, a long time. You know, she was like, oh, I thought you hated me for so long or whatever. You know, it could be like, oh, I'll go and get the bow. I'm the tree girl, remember? I'm the tree girl. I'll go and get your bow, Vex. And then, like, while she's, like, getting the bow, you know, she, like, fucking, like, melds her hand into the tree, does a whole fucking kit and caboodle ritual thingy. And while she's in the process of that, maybe she, like, senses the connection back to the sun tree. And then she has, like, a decision point on whether or not to pull the bow out. And I thought that all of that was similarly going to happen with Vax. But over this episode, Vax does not seem to be engaging as deeply with the moral quandaries. Whereas Keyleth just has this whole explosion. But that could obviously change depending on how long this takes. My assumption is that we will have the tree sequence with the moon tree or whatever it's called. My assumption is that we are going to have that sequence in like 5 episodes. So I'm in my head, this is going I think this will go pretty fast. Of like an episode getting to the Fey Crossing, an episode getting into the Fey Crossing and finding Singorn, an episode in Singorn, an episode finding the Moon Tree, and then an episode interacting and maybe having like a boss fight at the Moon Tree. That's kind of the speed that I'm expecting this to go. And obviously things could certainly change on the way there and party opinions. But dirty pre-watcher. Dirty, dirty pre-watcher. I think that the thing that will really tell me, because I'm beyond confident that there's a Moon Tree. That was the big brain blast that I truly had. Is I think it's gonna be sick, and I think that the cancerous tree that Fenthras is held within is going to be related to the Sun Tree. That will be the opposite side. And that taking Fenthras will kill the Sun Tree. And that will be the decision. Do we take it? Do we not? The question is, who's gonna do it? Because this feels like a Nightwalker's Ward sort of scenario where I think it is going to, but I think more purposeful. Like, I think that Matt saw the development with the Raven Queen and Vax on the Deathwalker's Ward, and he's like, ooh, I want to have some development through the vestiges, and I like that was really cool that we got to like progress Vax's story so much. So I have a feeling that Fenthras is going to only be like, it's going to be like an only one may enter sort of situation where there's going to be a single member of the party that it comes down to their decision. And I don't think it'll be Ashley. Absolutely could be Vex. I don't think it'll be Scanlan. I don't think it'll be Percy. And I don't think it'll be Grog. I think it's going to be one of these three that ultimately makes the decision. And the big reason that I'm debating between Vax and Keyleth is because the bow is for Vex. And so I think, this is an even larger prediction. I've been keeping up with the theories. The Moon Tree got me off guard, lol. This is an even bigger theory. I think that Vex, not even within the 50s. What episode is this? 56. So I think the whole Moon Tree scenario with one of them is going to happen on 51 or 61. That's the prediction. And then I think in the late 60s, potentially early 70s, we are going to have a Vex empowerment arc. I think we're going to have a Vex arc where someone in the party in the interim is going to do something else big for Vex. So, like, obviously he fucking started serving the queen. Either Keyleth or him are going to be put in this tough scenario with Fenthras. I'm really leaning Keyleth. Now, even as I develop this, it feels so much more natural to shift it off onto not the same person over and over. But I don't know. I still don't know. But it's like Vax saved her from slavery when they were younger, from the clasp. He gave his life to the clasp for her. Then he gave himself to the Raven Queen for her. Then him or Keyleth is going to potentially maybe sacrifice a part of themselves to get the bow but keep the Sun Tree alive? Potentially? or they're going to be put in this weird situation because of her. And I think she's going to have a whole complex about it. And then in the early 70s, late 60s, we're going to get a scene where one of the others, I'm thinking potentially maybe no, not Scanlan. Either Pike or Grog. Maybe Grog, because Travis is her actual husband, is going to be in a sacrifice themselves sort of scenario. And they are going to want to sacrifice themselves for Vex. And maybe this would be an insane level of predictiveness on the side of Matt. But it could work. You purposefully craft like the combat before, and maybe even the combat like the one or two combats before, to really disfavor Vex, like really like mechanically not favor her, like make it really feel like she is not having an impact. And then there's a situation where one of them goes to essentially sacrifice themselves for Vex, and she has a whole blow up about everyone carrying her along. Everyone else sacrifices themselves for her, but this time, god damn it, let me sacrifice myself. Let me do it for me, not for you. I'm going to earn my own keep on this team. Yeah. I see something in there. So I'm really going to be watching for, does Vax show any moral quibbles about anything that they do or have done between now and the Moon Tree? And does Keyleth and Vex's relationship continue to develop / improve? Those are going to be the decision points. I have a feeling I'm probably going to flop back and forth many times, because there's kind of two ways you can do this. You can either spread the saving Vex out amongst the party, or you can really centralize it within Vax of, I gave my life to the clasp, the Raven Queen, I sacrificed this bitty bobby for Fenthras for you. Like, you can really solidify this sacrificial, nearly parental figure for her. And you could even, okay, in Singor, this is all assuming they go to the Feywild. If they don't go to the Feywild, my entire prediction is out the fucking window. But I have reason to believe that they will. I think that's where they're headed next. So assuming they go to the Feywild, I think there's gonna be a conversation in Singorn, right, with the twins' dad. And the tone of that conversation, I think, is going to be really telling about future plot threads. Like, if there's a whole beef between Vax and their dad about taking care of Vex, then it's definitely Vax that's gonna get Fenthras for her. It's absolutely Vax. Like, if they beef about taking care of her, and Vax is like, you piece of shit, absentee piece of shit, what are you gonna fucking criticize me about taking care of her? You weren't fucking there. Or is it going to be a meet the parents style conflict where their dad is going to take way too much interest in Keyleth, and both Vex and Vax are going to get pissy with him. Either way, it's going to be them getting pissy about his absenteeism. But it is whether Vax gets pissy about him providing advice where he does not belong, or both of the twins getting pissy about him either like saying some weird shit to Keyleth or taking way too much interest in Keyleth. And whichever one of those it is will be the same person that takes Fenthras from the tree. That's the theory, anyways. That's the theory. Let's see. This is a pretty well-crafted fever dream. I agree. Without telling you if I'm complimenting you or Matt / the players, I can say that your idea of the story sounds awesome. Thank you. Hey, look, this is one of the things I want to practice with my upcoming campaign. I've never played out of a module, and I really want to work on my ability to do that, because I think it's actually way easier to create something good out of a good base that you take from someone else, and I've never done that before with my campaigns. So, I mean, hey, they set up all the building blocks, whether or not I'm right or not. The only reason the possibility can even exist is because of their work. Are you going to be able to remember all these predictions? I will have to mark this chapter. In fact, let's mark it right now. Wait, I got to manually insert into the transcript. Keyleth versus Vax, Moon Tree theorizing. There we go. That's nice, Grandpa. Lets you back to your room now. I'm going all over the place. I love hearing the theories. You're paying so much attention and care to these characters that regardless of how close or far you are, it's incredibly impressive. Thank you. I mean, it is similar to what I said to Daniel, you know? It is, if the characters and the plots weren't a baseline of good, I could not come up with these with theories that also sound good, you know? It's like, if the story sounds good, it's because there were good building blocks there. Because I'm not, you know, progeniting? I'm not the progenitor of a lot of these things. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that has kept me on CR is that they take such care with their characters now, and it's one of the things that bugged me about Scanlan originally, is that it was so hard to take him seriously that I didn't feel like I could predict things out. But now it's like they all take it so seriously that it feels like these are characters and people that I can come to know and come to understand their motivations and therefore theorize about them. Like, if the characters were so opaque that I couldn't understand their motivations, my theories would not be able to be even remotely grounded, you know? But I feel like I'm starting to understand and grapple with a lot of these characters, so I feel like I can, to a degree, predict some of their moves, which is really cool. I like it. The theory session is really increasing the budget. Well, that's why we gotta have, you know, the higher cap. Is we'll occasionally go off on the tangents, so we need the higher cap, just in case. You really sound like me when I'm watching some of my favorite shows with fellow nerds, which is kind of what you're doing. Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely how I consider this. Yeah, precisely. This is exactly how me and my friends used to talk about Game of Thrones, you know, when we were in college. Is exactly the same sort of way. It's just a fun way to intake media, you know? Ooh.
Let's step outside.
Okay.
You guys pass
Outside.
Vex as she steps back into the tavern, passing
Pat her
you
on the
guys.
back. Drunk? Already?
No,
Panic
not
attack.
enough.
We don't even. It's.
Disrespect the budget like we disrespect the timer. Yeah, I think that there is a. I think that all of the Vox Machina characters are like this to a degree, but I think that Grog is the most exemplary version of it. Of like, Grog is the archetypical strong guy. You know, like to a degree, he is an archetype. But he is also Grog. Like, Grog is the strong guy archetype, and Travis has progressed that of what does the strong guy like? What does the strong guy fear? What are his anxieties, his motivations? And like, I talked about this when I gushed over Craven Edge, that Craven Edge was designed specifically for Grog, not just like a strong guy. Like, the design of Craven Edge, I think, was specifically and so finely tuned towards Grog's previous flaw of judging things almost exclusively based on outward and exterior strength, you know, to a degree. And his and a corollary flaw, sort of a parallel flaw to that, is all of his own self-value was wrapped up in his strength. He was the archetypical strong guy, and he knew that, and that was where all of his self-worth came from. Like, I think that there's a I think when we and not to get a little bit serious on you, but it's like when we have conversations about body dysmorphia, we don't often think of gym rats having that, but that is a lot of gym rat motivation. There are oftentimes people who work obsessively on their strength and on the looks of their bodies because they have some self-image issues. And so I think that to a degree, while they are all archetypes and they are all archetypical, they have taken the archetypes and projected, or not projected, thought out what does an archetype like this, like what are the other factors? Because normally an archetype only encompasses a very small slice of a character. And so they said, okay, if I am that archetype, what are the other things about me? and they created really good characters off of that. Which is so sick. Yeah, Grog legit might be the best big, dumb, strong guy character I've ever seen. Yeah. I think I agree. Without thinking too hard about it, I think I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, the Craven Edge arc going right into Herd of Storms works really well. Grog overcoming the traps of needing to display outward strength in a toxic fashion helps him deal with a group whose entire deal is that exactly. And yeah, everything about the setup of Craven Edge to me was quasi perfect. Not to spoil it, but I have a long that I'm scripting based on it. But it is, yeah, the way that interacts, like you can't have Craven Edge and the Herd of Storms if Grog is just the big dumb strong guy. He's more than that. He's Grog. Which is why I love Vox so much. They are archetypes that are not really true archetypes. Yeah, they're characters that have gone beyond the archetypes while like still embodying them to a degree. Yeah. I saw that very clearly with a family member who built his sense of self-worth around his physicality and then pulled a muscle, lost his very physical job, fell into depression. Yeah. It very much happens. And it is a very not often talked about side of that sort of thing. And I think that Travis has done a really good job of portraying that in a fantasy setting. And Craven Edge does a really good job of feeding into those flaws and representing overcoming your demons in a way. Now watch Marisha. Oh yeah. We'll grab Marisha. No. We're fine. Hey, we got the budget for a reason. We're still doing solid. But we will get back to it. But yeah.
As you step outside with Kerr, the cold night air kind of comforting to you, hitting your face, hitting your lungs, it helps the breathing slow, and you have a moment of control over your emotions.
Is the nausea like always happen? Is that always a thing?
Is it the people, or is it the fact that you have finally realized how pointless it all is?
No. Maybe it's the fact that I feel like I've been lied to my entire goddamn life, and it's all crashing down upon me right now.
She's Druid.
So Druish. So yeah, you could say, how about a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. How did you deal with it?
I found other places where I could do good things.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like, I make wagon couples.
Oh.
The thing that
I don't know exactly what you said.
You have a wagon.
Sure.
And then you have a horse.
Right, yeah.
And then something needs to hook the horse to the wagon.
Gotcha.
And if you have a bad one of those, it breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And so people need good ones of those.
I don't know at all what you just told me. I'm not gonna lie. But I think I get the message.
Well, I'm guessing that you are bothered by the fact that no matter what you do, you seem to end up destroying more things than you fix.
Yes! Jeez, you're like the first person. No one else
They
gets
don't get it, do
No,
they?
they don't.
No.
Is that it? That's it? We will destroy everything we touch. We will cause more harm than good. We will carve a path of destruction and make it seem like we're doing good, and then people will worship us because they think we're heroes, when in the back of my head I'm thinking about all the death that has come by our hands.
That can be a lot of it. I'm not going to lie to you about that.
Yeah, you know, Kerr, you're not really, like, helping, making me feel better about this. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I imagine that your friends will tell you a lot of things that would make you feel real good. But I'm not one for short-term solutions. I think that you're right, and I think that you've obviously put a lot of thought into this. And
so much thought.
And
I swear, God, nosebleeds. Keep going. That's beside the point.
And I've known people like you before, people who are very sensitive to this sort of thing, and I have been the sort of person you are. And it's not simple. You know, your friend, you know, who lived here for a while, the big one. What's his name?
Oh, Grog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't have this.
Yeah.
He has the opposite of this.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good for him, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're kind of jealous, aren't you?
I so badly wish I could have what he has.
Yeah. But somebody has to look at the big picture. And sometimes that's us. And usually it's unpleasant. But somebody needs to do it.
So you're saying this is my curse? This is my duty?
I'm saying that... I'm saying that if you aren't careful, it will rip you apart from the inside. But that's not a long-term solution. That's just another piece of destruction. You need to find a way to live with the fact that you do what you can, because that's what you can control. And sometimes bad things happen anyway. And so you just have to decide where you're going to pick your hill. You find your hill.
Or your tree, you might say. Patrick, you might say that you need to pick your hill, or you might say maybe there's a tree on that hill. Maybe there's an incredibly sunny tree on said hill. There's one tree hill. That's insane. Gosh, we always have fucking Mega is Sam. I think Mega is Keyleth. I think that sequence described how I feel about Vox Machina. And it's so funny to think back on like the conversations that we've had about Keyleth and Kima, and how people took all of those as like characterizations of Keyleth, and I just took them as normal, reasonable things. And it's like, damn, am I just Kiki? Holy shit. This is crazy. And I also think that this is sort of when I was talking about, like, when I was trying to, what's the word? When I was trying to put into words the benefit that a guest player can have, it's sort of like talking to a therapist. Not even that you have to have, you know, your writers or your guests have these incredibly emotional conversations with your PCs, but it is that getting an outside perspective, getting an exterior voice that has not been living and breathing the party in the world every single session is what can be so particular. Like the use case of a guest that does not apply to anything else. Like the one thing that guests can do that a DM can never do. Because a DM, no matter how hard they try, they're too invested. They're definitionally invested. And I don't think that Keyleth, Marisha, could have this sort of conversation with a regular-ass NPC. I don't think, no matter how good the player is, I don't think it would come out. But you can have it with Patrick Rothfuss. You can get into it. Oh, man. And Patrick's great. And Patrick's awesome, but it is... Yeah, I think this is sort of the unique thing that a guest can bring to a session, if you let them. And she's absolutely pulling the bow, or she's absolutely being presented with a choice. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't. How could I have ever thought it was gonna be Vax? Holy shit. This is fucking crazy. Like, especially the whole imagery and conversation of them thinking that they are doing good. And like the allegory of them thinking that they're doing good but just leaving destruction in their wake. I cannot even picture a better fulfillment of that allegory than the idea of pulling a magical artifact that gives you a fine boost to power, but will kill the centerpiece of an entire major city, a centerpiece that possibly predated said city. Not possibly, did. That was planted by the gods themselves. And that puts in an even... I kind of forgot until just now that the Sun Tree was planted by Pelor. Which gives an entire other layer of the decision for Keyleth. And... dude, I wonder if she's gonna have an everything everywhere all at once moment, because she's already communed with the Sun Tree to a degree. I don't think she actually like directly talked to it, but she definitely communed with it. I wonder if when she touches the Moon Tree, she's going to like experience both of its versions at once. I don't know. I'm losing the plot a little bit. But I can't believe that I thought it was going to be Vax. I can't believe it. And maybe I will come back around. But this episode has so firmly planted it as it's going to be Keyleth in the Feywild. If they don't go to the Feywild, I'm going to be shocked. I'm going to be shooken and shaketh and stirred. That's going to be insane. Let's see. This is what happens when your guest is a celebrated writer. Yeah. To a degree, yeah. There's a lot to unpack, and it's all good. The Grogvig Chef's Kiss, yeah. This conversation is literally like talking to a therapist, a tough love type therapist. Yeah. No, it definitely is. I didn't even mean to draw that comparison when I used the therapist comparison, but it is like that. On your own time, rewatch this conversation and watch Travis just beam and react to everything Patrick is giving off. I will. I could see him cheesing right now. I could see him absolutely cheesing. Whew. If you want to rewatch it on all of our time, fuck it, let's do it. Let's rewatch it on all of our time. Why not?
Everything that way. So he has the opposite. When it's not.
We won't go too far back. We'll keep it like.
Keep going. That's beside the point.
And I've known people like you before, people who are very sensitive to this sort of thing, and I have been the sort of person you are. And it's not simple. You know, your friend, you know, who lived here for a while, the big one. What's his name?
Oh, Grog.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't have this.
Yeah.
He has the opposite of this. Mm-hmm. It's all good for him, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're kind of jealous, aren't you?
I so badly wish I could have what he has.
Yeah. But somebody has to look at the big picture. And sometimes that's us. And usually it's unpleasant. But somebody needs to do it.
So you're saying this is my curse? This is my duty?
I'm saying that... I'm saying that if you aren't careful, it will...
Dude. I don't think this will happen. But it would actually be nutso banzo if there were actually 3 options. 'Cause Fenthras is just the heart of the Moon Tree. What if Keyleth was able to sacrifice herself? Literally rip herself apart to become the mirror image of the Sun Tree. If she doesn't decide. Like, she has to decide one way or the other. And in a very real way, if she isn't careful, it rips her apart. And the Fenthras comes out, but she becomes locked to the opposite end, the corollary of the tree planted by the gods, its dark reflection. And that's the end of Keyleth. I don't think it would happen. It is honestly too morbidly sad of an ending for this character to essentially lose in their own personal arc. But holy shit, would it be gut-wrenching if she like fails a series of checks and she's ripped apart and takes the moon tree's place. And then fucking Marisha rolls a new character. That'd be crazy. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think that they would do that. But goddamn, if you were Marisha and you wanted that as a possibility for your character to, ostensibly fail, damn, could that become that's a cool end. It's a very interesting end. It's not. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. I agree. Anyways,
rip you apart from the inside. But that's not a long-term solution. That's just another piece of destruction. You need to find a way to live with the fact that you do what you can, because that's what you can control. And sometimes bad things happen anyway. And so you just have to decide where you're going to pick your hill. You find your hill. Everybody gets one hill, and then you plant your flag and you can die on that one. But you have to be careful, because you only get one. If you're really unlucky, you get more than one.
And what if the ultimate problem is that I feel like I have had zero control from the start since birth?
I
didn't want any of this. I didn't want my abilities.
No.
I didn't know I was special until now. And I so desperately just want to be normal. I want to go back to being ignorant and bliss and...
Then I do have a momentary, like, short-term solution for you.
Shoot.
It's actually there, and I will get you another one. Yep.
I know.
Ignorance and bliss.
A momentary. Yep.
Yeah, it's perfect.
And it will help a little bit for now. It'll smooth out some of the rough edges.
All right.
It's long enough for us to talk for a while, because I've been down this road. Okay? The thing is, you're not wrong, and you're not crazy, but it's not hopeless either.
Okay.
I'll do maybe one of these. It feels like she wants one of these.
Yeah.
I can read that.
I give in. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, Kerr,
Yes.
even surrounded...
He's out in the back.
I was actually just thinking. You should roll 1d4.
You cannot be kidding me. You're dead.
So anyway, sorry,
As the Chroma Conclave sends its regard.
Game of Thrones.
Oh my god.
No. As he brings you into a warm hug, and at first there's the resistance because this is a person you don't know.
Yeah, and my
But-
headdress is a little wonky.
A little wonky due to the drink, due to not concentrating. However, as much as you travel with your friends, this stranger has seemingly come to you with more wisdom and understanding of your continuous predicaments than anybody has in a long time, if at all. And you just kind of give into the hug and realize just how nice it is to have somebody understand it.
I was pretty much going to say that in character, but yeah, that's pretty much what I feel.
Sorry.
No, that's, I was like, yeah. I just kind of tell Kerr and Kerr.
Somewhere in the neighborhood.
Care Bears. I tell Kerr, even surrounded by friends, I often feel so alone. Thank you for being a friend, even though we just met.
I get that.
Yeah.
He brings you in, gets you another drink.
Actually, I'll bring another drink out to her.
Even perfect. All right, so.
Or we'll stumble outside for a bit as well at this point.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm telling my table a story about how I won a cannonball contest last night.
They are enraptured.
It was in a dragon's lair. I was amazing.
Is Amelia awake at this point?
Amelia has woken up due to the sound and noise, and she's wandering about with a drink in her hand now.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, we'll walk over to her.
Yeah.
I'll stay with you, but just behind you.
Okay. Amelia?
Hi, yes. Oh, yeah, thank you again for releasing me from that terrible stocks. I really appreciate that. And thank you for everything you've done for Western.
Well, thank you for everything you've done. I've heard amazing things about you and your family.
Oh, we're meager folk. We come from very simple roots. She takes a big, long sip of her flag and sits it down on the table and kind of wipes her mouth. I mean, truth be told, as soon as I saw that dragon, I ran straight away. I didn't... You guys are the heroes. I didn't do anything.
I sit down next to her.
I sit down next to her too. Should we just wait till the morning? We should do it right now.
So, we knew your father is Reginald.
Yes. Have you seen him?
Yes. I take her hands. One of the bravest men I've ever had the honor of meeting.
There's recognition in her eyes. Her head kind of pulls back a bit. Her expression goes stoic as she kind of sinks in the wordless reality that you've just bestowed upon her.
I know this can be... I know how hard this is to hear. But none of this would have happened. None of this celebration would be possible without him. He sacrificed himself so that all of us could live. And he spoke your name in the end. He wanted nothing more than for you to be taken care of.
That sounds like Dad. And just kind of wipes her eyes.
Would you like to pray, Pike?
I don't know if you're a woman of faith, but
What faith do you belong to?
no. I follow Saren Ray.
And for the night, as do I. She reaches over and takes her flagon. And the tears are just streaming down her face in spite of her smile, and she kind of looks to you both. And looks to you. To Reginald. To Dad.
To Reggie.
To Reggie.
And she just starts weeping into her hands.
Amelia, you should also know your father was a man of a few tricks. He told us that he had been saving this up whenever you were old enough, but I think you should have it now. And I hand her 400 gold pieces.
She kind of looks up from her. How? How did... He took everything.
He hid it.
Well, this could help a lot of us. Okay.
I think he knew you would do well with it.
Dear, there's more coming to the town. You take care of yourself.
We'll take care of each other. I think that's what he'd want.
Aye.
And she grabs her flagon again, takes a big old sip, sits it down. Her eyes are dried a little bit. She kind of wipes the last away.
I pour my flagon into hers.
She laughs and drinks of it again. Definitely embrace the idea that she's going to get really drunk tonight.
Yeah.
And she begins joining in with the singing and the music. And the rest of the party picks up as the celebration once again fills the air. The rest of the folks gathering around. I don't know why there were birds in that track.
Is it morning?
There will be a lot of partying through the night, so probably that's an eventuality. However, we will take this moment to take a quick break. The restroom will return here for the next bit of this adventure. So we'll be right back here in a few minutes, guys. Stick around.
Oh, whew, that was that. Yeah. Yeah. It's melancholic. I think Destiny is one of those examples why my gut feeling is to call Vex the leader, if there is one. Maybe. I suppose I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It was very nice. Very, very nice. I thought it was mostly, I think that was one of the first times that we got to see Pike be serious. And it's interesting that she really struggled to be. I like getting to know Pike more. I know that she will have to leave. The summer of Ashley will not continue forever. Tears. But it's nice to see while we have her. Ashley also likes getting to know Pike. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was pretty good. That was she's a great guest. We did have two good guests tonight. Yeah, it's definitely it's a good mood, good tone to leave off on. She did a good job. Yeah, some people are really bad around tragedy. I don't think I'm great around tragedy, to be honest. But Laura / Vex seems like she is. That was nice. Yeah, I'm trying to think of it if I have anything else to say, but it's just good. It's just good. And Moo's a cup of cocoa. Yeah. Yeah. We will call it there. We will call it there with the with that performance. Yeah, I don't know when we'll do the part 2. Sometime before next Wednesday. But yeah. It's nice seeing the full gang. I know. Tomorrow. I don't think it'll be tomorrow. It could be. But I gotta yeah. Gosh, I feel like I need to ramp up my energy or something. But if I had to guess, which I was wrong last time when I said my guess of when part 2 is going to be. I was wrong last time. If I had to guess, it'll probably be Sunday or Monday. If I had to put out a guess. But we will see if that ends up happening. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, Kerr is a favorite. Yeah, definitely top 10 VM app. Yeah, it's yeah, it's interesting. 'Cause it's like those were all I feel like we're sort of at the start of journeys. And I think that the starts can be really good. But I think we're sort of symbolically kind of putting away Percy, putting away Grog, maybe to an extent putting away Scanlan. and we're sort of starting to unpack the new character arcs as we go forward. And it's really cool, like seeing good, seeing really good starts to arcs. It can definitely be incredibly impactful. But I do admit that maybe I'm a little bit of a resolution type of guy. So I'll be interested to see how these play out. But they are pretty amazing starts. And of course, they are continuations as well. But it's... yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll have more to say in my takeaway. But it's a good app. A lot of... lot of space. You know what I mean? Lot of space, but also a lot of very impactful stuff. And a bit of theorizing. So with that, I will leave you all to it. Yeah. Yeah, and I definitely I will not push myself. I am yeah. I will hopefully be better soon. It is it's a chronic thing. So it's something I always have to deal with, but I just do a better or worse job at dealing with it sometimes. So I will hopefully be back very soon. Hopefully tomorrow. If all goes well. And I will see you all then. Goodbye. Thank you for joining. Have a good day, night, evening, morning. And I will see you all later. Bye-bye. Boop. Oh, no, wait. It didn't work. Oh, no. Why isn't it working? I can't end the stream. Oh, it's because the preview is on top of the end stream thing, but it won't let me move it because it's waiting for me to end the stream. No! I can't leave! Free me! Free me from my suffering. I didn't know this could happen. Well, I guess I'll try Alt F4ing, so I guess we'll try that. Goodbye, maybe. Nope. I'm still here. No! I can never leave. Wait. OBS Studio. Okay, I'm gonna have to smother it with Task Manager. Okay, actually, good.